All right, we're joined by the 3 Rock A team. That suggests that there is also a B team.
Yes.
How did that differentiation happen? And are you competing with each other? Are you both in the same category?
Yeah, so we're unfortunately in second place already. They came through and checked in about an hour ago, so we've got some catch up to do.
Okay.
But we're just 6 friends from Pittsburgh. All of us have been adventure racing for a few years now, and this is the most convenient location for us here in the Mid-Atlantic, and brought both teams down.
Awesome. Are they also a co-ed team?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So what is the bragging rights that are going to go into who wins in the 3 Rock category?
That's a good question.
You need to have some kind of bet here. Like there needs to be something, and it needs to be good. So
certainly, whichever team wins gets to pick the team for who's A and B next time.
Oh, okay. I like it. What are your expectations coming into this national championship?
We are.
Silence.
I think
they're like, we don't have any expectations.
This is the first time this team has raced together as a 3-person unit. We've done a bunch of orienteering, and I think our goal together will be to really just enjoy the time, be good at navigation, make smart decisions, not bite each other's heads off, and finish with a smile within the cutoff time.
And I think that's the answer Ben's giving you in the interview. I think that the real answer is that this is the first time that we've all approached a race with a more competitive mindset.
Awesome.
We think at this point we've gotten the experience behind us. We've raced with more experienced racers in the past to learn, and this is going to be the first time that we're driving to a race with a let's see what we can do type mentality.
So you guys are trying to come out here and earn that A team mentality.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, try to surprise some people who are watching from home, watch the final results, and be like, okay, we recognize all these teams up here, but like, who the heck is that team? So
that's awesome. Well, tell them all to follow on USARA.com. We're going to have 30 hours of live coverage during the entire race. They're going to get to see my face during that time, where we're going to be talking and breaking down and doing analysis. So if you mess up, I'll call you out on it. And if you do great, I will let everybody else know that you were better than the B 3 Rock team.
Definitely.
So look forward to seeing you guys out here. Thanks for stopping by.
Cool. Thank you so much.
See you guys. First of all, tell everybody your team name.
Delmarva Adventure Sports.
All right. So we are excited to have you guys here. How are you feeling?
Good.
I mean, this is a big course.
The
right?
ride up on the car coming up to the resort, knowing that was the last leg, was kind of
and you're like,
intimidating.
oh my God.
Every turn we were like, oh, there it is. And it's still going.
No, it's not. It's still not there. Did the fog clear up enough for you to be able to see what was going on? Because it's been super foggy.
It wasn't bad when we pulled in, but then once we got up here, it's kind of rolled back in again. But you can kind of get the gist of it.
Yeah, and then tomorrow, I mean, you're probably not going to see much because of the expected rain. How are you guys anticipating dealing with that?
Grinning and bearing it. Just going through it.
Business as usual.
Yeah.
Just be wet, move forward, keep going.
Yeah, we try to train in the rain when it's raining, and that way you're used to it and ready to expect it when it's
Keep your
bad race
standards
conditions. I tend to have a bad track record with weather anyway, so my past...
Well, you can't control it, right? There's nothing you can do except just put your head down and keep going forward. So I'm excited to see you guys. Can't wait to see you out there on course. Have a great time. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right, welcome everybody. We have another race team here checking in. It's Team FLX/High Point Racing. We'll just call it that. How are you guys feeling ahead of the race?
Excited.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, nationals courses we know are always going to be hard. And we've got hills. We're from Florida. So, we know it's going to be hard now with the added rain. It's going to make another...
Yeah, that's going to be the
level.
equalizer, right? I mean, it can slow everyone down at the same pace. So having the Florida connection, this is definitely not Florida. How are you feeling going into this?
I mean, not only are there hills, we're starting on a mountain, so we're going to have to go down and back up multiple times. So not great about the biking part. Certainly wet and slippery is fine.
Yeah.
Be able to figure that out.
And there will be a lot of that. So I hope you have the correct gear. I think the weather is supposed to be like 95% chance of rain tomorrow. So we'll see how that feels. This is a super competitive field, right? I mean, you guys will probably be at the pointy end. What are your goals for the race? Be honest. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I would say just do well, not have any major issues, or certainly we don't want any mechanicals or anything big issues like that, but also good nav, I think, and just kind of have fun. I don't know that we have we're not gunning for the win as maybe has been put out there. So
I think for us, we're kind of, I'd call it back of the clearing the course pack. So there's probably going to be 2-3 teams up the road pretty far. There's probably going to be a group of 4 or 5 teams that are in that kind of like maybe drop a point some point, and I think that's probably where we're going to be. And it's about being smart and not even thinking about that until 6 hours to go.
Yeah. Well, and we'll be doing live coverage the entire time on USARA.com. So hope everybody tunes in for all the live coverage. We hope to catch you guys out there. Brian Gatens is going to be out there on course, and you're going to have a mandatory stop with him. So that'll be awesome, and you'll get to tell everybody how you're feeling out there. So we look forward to seeing you guys out there. Thanks for stopping by today, and follow along. All right, what team do we have here?
Midwest Moxie.
Midwest Moxie, and I'm assuming that this is probably the youngest competitor.
We're already
what do you have to say right now?
He's dreaming of the finish.
Well, so, I mean, we're all going to be wanting to sleep like that after the 30 hours of this race. What are your expectations coming into the race?
Just getting to the end right now. We're using it kind of as a bounce back, getting back into racing, obviously, with the little one here. We fell out of a couple races here, so we're not racing for the front, not racing for the back, just racing for the finish line.
I'm really happy that they decided to borrow me for this race. So normally I race with a fundraising team trying to raise money for multiple sclerosis.
Awesome.
So Team Lady Penguins Fundraising is here helping out Midwest Moxie this race. Really happy to be here and raise awareness, probably make a couple bucks. So find us on Facebook. And,
all right, find the Lady
Penguins. Throw a couple money to MS, yeah.
So being from the Midwest, how are you planning to handle the elevation changes and differences that you're going to see here?
Obviously, we're really used to it.
Tracking poles will come in handy.
Yeah, definitely all have tracking poles. Taking it slow going up, taking it slow coming down, making sure footing's safe. That's going to be the big thing, and be smart on what checkpoints we cut out, so we don't overexert ourselves, make sure we make it back.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we're here for the adventure, not necessarily the race. We're happy to be wherever we are. We're just here to finish.
Well, I think that's what we're finding is like with every team that comes up here, we're seeing a different expectation. Mm-hmm. And I think that's important for people to know at home that not everybody out here is out here to win the race. Like winning the race looks different depending on who you are and what you're trying to accomplish. I can't wait to see what you guys do tomorrow. We hope that tell everybody to follow along on USARA.com. We're going to have 30 hours of live coverage.
Nice.
So we look forward to having you guys out there. Thanks for stopping by.
This guy for best paddle.
I know. Right? All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Here, right?
Yeah, that's our goal, is to win.
All right. I mean, you didn't come to national championships without wanting to win. How are you guys feeling?
Feel ready to go.
Yeah?
Been tapering, trying to stay off the
Yeah,
bike.
you
trying
didn't
to stay off our
taper. You
feet.
were like at a race last weekend.
Well, Amanda just did Oregon.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
So
probably the
I've
most
been
tapered.
tapering.
Everybody's tapering.
I'm
right?
the most tapered, I think. So we'll see.
I'm in a permanent state of taper, just so you guys know. What are your expectations for this kind of race? I mean, you've raced Michelle's races before. What do you expect to see out there?
Lots of strategizing. All of her races that I've done, there's plenty of points where you can get them on like bike or foot and figure out which combination of points to get. There was one of her races not too long ago where Brent from Rootstock figured out some 6-mile portage that most of the teams missed, and then he beat us all. So,
strategy.
Going to be looking for routes that maybe we wouldn't see in other races.
Yeah, her races are always great navigation races. So I think strategy is going to be a huge part of it, and I love that because then that it plays into the different strengths that I feel like Jesse's a great navigator, so it's going to play into our strengths.
Well, you guys are so incredibly strong. Like there is not a weak link here, but know that everyone's gunning for you, right? Because thanks to your post, I think everybody has seen that.
Well, there's a lot of teams out there that could come away with the win.
There is.
So that's the goal. But
I mean, the weather is the great equalizer, right? Tomorrow it's supposed to be really crappy, and who can suffer the most in those kind of conditions? What are your expectations for like the bike section being?
I'm looking forward to the single track. It's my favorite part of racing. Like I love being on the bike, but the weather may play a little bit of a role, and just gotta wait and see till we get out there.
But your hike-a-bike skills are strong.
Oh yeah, I'm very good at pushing a bike if I need to. Yeah.
Like if you can't hike a bike in a Michelle's race, then you're probably not in a Michelle race.
Yeah, our
so.
hike-a-bike skills got to be top-notch. After
Well,
last year,
I
kicking
look
the
forward to
bikes.
seeing if you can back up the Facebook posts tomorrow. So no expectation. High expectations.
I think my favorite adventure racing quote is from Mike Tyson. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face.
Yep.
So you go in with an idea of what's going to happen, and you roll with the punches.
And you guys are racing under the REV3
Endurance, yeah.
Endurance Pro. Is it Pro Team?
Yeah.
Okay, so now you know who to watch, and if they're not at the front, you know that somebody is to blame here. She was already pointing fingers. So
it's my fault.
we look forward to seeing you guys out there and see what you can do. I can't wait to see you guys hopefully on the podium at the end.
Thanks for coming out.
No problem. And everybody at home, like, listen, we're going to be doing 30 hours of live coverage. So you're going to get to watch. We're going to be updating every 3 or 4 hours live what's going on with the tracker. Brian Gatons and Mary Foster are going to be out on the course doing like live interviews like with people out there. We've got coverage of the race that we're going to be sending back here. We're going to have expert people coming in to talk about what we're seeing out there from you guys. So don't mess up because we will be calling it out as the dot watchers. So thank you guys for joining us. We can't wait to see you out there.
All right.
Yeah, good to
Thanks,
see you, man.
Doug.
See you guys.
Appreciate it.
So, Rib Mountain is here. Almost.
We're chatting.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Hey. Good to see you.
I mean, you can't walk by people and not give hugs, right? Like, you got to talk to people. You got to say everything. How you guys feeling?
Good.
Yeah?
excited.
I mean, look, this is a super competitive race. I mean, we're talking about some of the best of the best here at National Championships. What are your expectations going into this race?
Yeah, I mean, we don't race on the East Coast too often, but I think we're still hoping for, top 10, top 5 maybe. We'll see how it goes.
I'd be very happy with that.
What, I mean, obviously looking at the weather, it's cleared up outside right now. It looks pretty nice, but tomorrow it looks like about a 95% chance of rain for most of the day. Any thoughts about that going into it?
It always, adds an extra challenge, and if every team's got to go through it, so it'll be
We're mentally preparing to just be wet the whole day.
Yeah.
And my gear is pretty dirty, so it'd be nice to get it washed off anyways.
See, that's the positive of the rain, right? It cleans you off. You're ready to go. We look forward to having you guys out there. It's going to be super competitive in the co-ed division. So continue to track. We'll follow and see what Rib Mountain does. Thanks,
Awesome,
guys.
man.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, good to see you.
See ya.
Thank you.
Hey guys, it's Doug, and we're here live at registration for the National Championship for USARA, and we're joined right now by the Rootstock team. How are you guys feeling?
Good. Yeah, just got in from a 6.5-hour drive down from Philly. Matt came down from Vermont last night, so we're getting our legs back under us. And
Awesome. Have you guys been doing a lot of racing? Because I know you guys did a lot of traveling, so...
No.
So you're coming to this well prepared. This is going to be a tough course. How are you expecting the weather to kind of play into this?
I mean, the weather's gonna be what it's gonna be, and we'll deal with it as it comes, and if it rains, we'll get wet.
Those are words of wisdom right there, because that is definitely going to happen. You're expecting big terrain out here, right? I mean, we're at the top of the mountain now. What are some other expectations from this kind of race?
Michelle and Liz, who are directing the race, are among our favorite race directors in the United States, and I know Matt's done at least one of their races, and they put on dynamic, strategic, navigation heavy, really creative courses. So we're super excited to see what they've thrown together. The three of us raced together earlier this spring in Namibia and had a ball, so we just want to keep that kind of dynamic going and enjoy the course and take the rain for what it is.
Yeah, you can't change that, right? You can only control the things you can control. Thanks guys for stopping by. We can't wait to see how you guys do out there. Follow along Rootstock. All right, guys, we are here with Royal Elks, and we're excited to have you guys here for the race. Tell me about what your expectations are for this race. I don't know if I could go to Shelly because she's just going to giggle the whole time. So, Kevin, I'll start with you.
Really, expectations, just we're kind of doing a big tune-up for Ecuador.
Okay.
So we're trying to work out some kinks that we may have, and
with the weather that we predict, it's going to be quite the challenge.
Yeah.
Just get through the whole course. So.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenging course. I will tell you that. That's about all I will give you as ahead of time.
Okay, you told us you'd give us some more. Well,
that was off camera,
Oh,
Shelley.
yeah.
Don't tell everybody out
saying.
there that I'm
Sorry.
supposed to do this.
Yeah.
So, what was the last race that you guys all did together leading into this?
we were at Raid the Rockies in Canada.
Okay.
Epic. That was our first race
Great
together.
stage race.
We had Nick Herf with us, so we were a team of 4.
And now you're racing against Nick because he's racing with the REV3 team, right? The all three male team with Romaine. So,
Yes,
all right, you guys gonna beat them?
Obviously.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, 'cause that's what everybody wants to know, right?
Nick has
Like-
fast tights, but we're stronger. So.
Okay.
And he does have an Oreo issue, and so my sense is he may be weighed down by the Oreos alone that he carries in his pack.
All right, Nick, the gauntlet has been thrown, so that'll be on you. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys out there on course. You're going to get to see Brian Gatons out there and the Dark Zone. So we'll look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow morning for a race, and I hope you guys hydrate and get ready because you're going to get some water tomorrow, but it's probably not the drinkable kind. So
Okay.
I'm just saying rain. I have no control over that.
We're thrilled to be here.
Yeah, we are so super excited to be here. So
Awesome. Thank you
Okay.
guys for joining us.
All right, thanks.
All right,
bye.
All right, we're here with Strong Machine, and first of all, welcome to Nationals. How you guys feeling?
We're feeling really good. Excited to be here.
Yeah.
Number 9 for us.
Number 9 national championships.
I'm looking forward to staying dry all weekend.
Oh, I'm sure you're going to, given the forecast for this race.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys ever raced up here at Snowshoe before?
Was there ever a race up here before?
Or Cumming Road or anything near this area?
No, we did the High Point in West Virginia many years ago. So
Okay.
I think we went by that area, which was not too far. But yeah, that's as close as we've gotten.
What are your expectations for the race? I mean, this is obviously it's the national championship, so it is stacked. How are you guys looking at your race and what your expectations are?
Well, if we do well, we'll take the credit, and if we do poorly, we'll blame our navigator.
I think the plan is just to try to do like what we've done all year, which is just focus on our own race, not worry about anybody else, and just kind of do our own thing and hope it shakes out well for us.
Yeah. Have you guys raced Michelle's races before? Do you know kind of what to expect?
I have. I've done a couple of them, and I really enjoy them. They're really good races, great nav. I'm excited for it.
Yeah.
On a
I
much
mean, I
bigger
think
scale.
Nav's going to be at a premium in this race, right? And the weather will be the great equalizer, as I've said in many of these interviews. Is there anything that you're like dreading or thinking about for nationals at this point? Like anything going into it that you're like, man, I'm just not excited about that?
I feel like maybe, but like we know it's gonna suffer. We're gonna suffer.
We're
Like,
all
that's
out here
why
to
we're
suffer,
here.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can't even say we're not looking forward to it so much as it's like, all right, you just got to get into that mindset of like, we're gonna be wherever we are. We got each other. I think we've raced together a whole lot, so we're looking forward to honestly like, I mean, the more suffering, the better. I think for us, sort of competition wise, because we've been through it together and we know how to get through it.
Awesome.
The big factor, I don't know if anyone's talked about this, is going to be weight distribution and carrying 30 hours worth of stuff and how people are going to do that.
Yeah, because you don't come you're going to be out,
Yeah,
right?
no
Like the
TA
entire time.
bins.
No TA. Yeah.
There's a paddle bin, but you can't put anything in it. They're saying you can put stuff on your bikes and carry it there. So people, wouldn't be surprised if you saw a whole range of bike packing equipment on bikes.
Yeah, nutrition and hydration is going to be key as well. Especially like you come into a race where it's going to be cold and rainy, and sometimes people can forget about the hydration part of that, right? But you're still out there sweating and getting,
You got clothing choices as well. I mean, it could be anywhere from 40 and raining to high
65
80s,
and
potentially,
raining, yeah.
in the sun on a sunny afternoon. So what are you carrying? What are you not carrying? Because whatever you decide to bring is coming with you the whole race. So there's no like dropping in a TA bin if the weather's nicer than you expected. So tough choices to make. I think it favors more experienced teams because if you can drop even 5 pounds out of your kit, over 30 hours could be the difference between a checkpoint or 2.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, you guys are hearing it from a very experienced team, so hopefully other teams are doing the same thing, or hopefully in your case, you're hoping they don't, and that you guys get to take advantage of your experience. We won't tell anybody about that right now. I'm looking forward to you guys being out there on course. Brian Gatens is going to be out there. You're going to get to do an interview with him in the middle of the suffering. So hopefully we still see the same smiles.
Totally.
And we'll look forward to seeing you guys out there. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys. All right, hey everybody, we're here with TanZ Navigation
Slash
EX2 Adventures, because you can't have one without the other anymore with racing, right? First of all, I mean, like, you guys have done a ton of races, and now you are here at Nationals. What are your expectations for this race going into it? Because everybody knows who you are. So, oh, I think people know who you are. What are you expecting out of this race?
I think this is the first year that we are an official Masters team.
Okay.
Because
I finally made the
child
cut. Finally made the cut. I've been waiting.
Way to go, youngin'.
They've been waiting patiently for me to grow old.
So I suppose if we had a race goal, it would be to win the Masters category.
And the Masters category is stacked for this race.
Yep,
there
there's
are
good competition.
A lot of Masters teams and a lot of competition.
And
So
we have some great friends who are in that category as well. So we're gonna be fun to hang out with them, I'm sure, on the race course.
So are you throwing down the gauntlet right now? I mean, are we?
No.
There's no gauntlet to be thrown.
No.
Because Spangler put out the gauntlet for the overall race early on Facebook. He was like, "Look, we're here to win, and we don't want to come in second place." So
we're here to have a good time.
Yeah, because
And then
there's always more than one answer, you know. So that's one answer. Another answer is to have fun, to like be out there with everybody, enjoy the weather, because I think there's going to be a bit of weather. Enjoy the beautiful West Virginia, wild and wonderful. So
well, the real question is, are your snacks going to survive the rain? Because I heard that you are the queen of snacks. So
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got some waterproof bags, and you know, well, we'll let you know after the race.
Okay. Have you been out in this area before? Have you guys done anything in the area? Like,
Never.
I mean, but you have raced Michelle's races before, so you kind of know what to expect there. What are some of those expectations that you expect to see on the course?
I think the views are going to be amazing. I think there's going to be some strategy involved. I think there's going to be really interesting nav. And we've heard we might paddle, maybe. I don't know. So that's been like a mystery that we've been sort
Pretty
of
sure we're
thinking
paddling
about.
at this
But I guess
point.
we're paddling.
Yeah.
And so that's a giant unknown to see how that's going to go, because I think the elements are going to be interesting, and we'll see.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, look, if there's anybody that is not as worried about navigation, it's probably the guy that wrote the book about navigation, right?
He does all the navs.
So get out and go read Squiggly Lines if you have not. Just so you know, that's my shout out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Go get it. If you're an adventure racer, go get it. It is the Bible that you need to have. We look forward to seeing you guys out there. Don't forget, there is going to be a media stop, so you're going to get to see Brian Gatens out on course. And we look forward to covering you guys for the entire time.
Awesome. Thanks so much for being
All right,
out
Doug,
here.
have fun, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, take care.
All right, hey everybody, we are here with Team Dark Zone Podcast, right?
Slash NYARA.
Slash NYARA. All right, we got that in. How are you guys feeling ahead of the race?
Fantastic. Beautiful location. Looking forward to it.
Have you ever been out here in the snowshoe area to race?
Years ago.
Yeah.
20 years ago, I think we raced here.
So you know a little bit of what to expect.
Clearly, we're a Masters team.
I would have never guessed that. There's a big Masters group in this year's race. I think we have 12 teams. And that's going to be super exciting for all of you at home. Like, you know, there's different categories that you're going to be following. This is one of our Masters teams. So what are your goals for this race?
Hit all the stages, have a smart race, hit as many checkpoints as we can, not overdo it.
And laugh like hell.
Hey, listen, if you're not laughing, are you even doing it
that's
right?
right. Exactly.
What are you expecting? I mean, weather does not look good, but you guys are seasoned. You know there's not bad weather, just bad choices, right? Like,
Yeah,
of
it all
what you're-
depends.
Yeah,
Sometimes
once the
rain
race-
makes a great race.
Yeah.
Sometimes it makes a miserable race.
It's an equalizer, right? I mean, for the super fast teams and for everyone else.
I might choose rain over that hill over there.
You might have rain and that hill over there, so I don't know that you're going to get to choose. We'll be out there, and guess what? Brian Gatens is going to be out on the course.
We brought him here. You can thank us for
You
that.
carried him?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, and I heard you might be carrying teammates during the race.
Done it before.
Well, we look forward to seeing you guys out there. Hope everybody continues to watch so you can see what they do and see how it pans out in the Masters field. Thank you guys for joining us.
Thank you.
See you guys. We are joined by Team Ozark here at registration for the National Championship. How are you guys feeling?
Good. Yeah, good. It's actually feels more relaxed than a lot of races. You know, the night
Relaxed
before
at the
so
national
far,
championship,
so-
ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
You're probably the first person to say that's come in here. People have been talking about being nervous. You guys are not any stranger to this kind of terrain, right? What are your expectations for this course?
You know, it's a hilly place, and so I'm sure they'll have us going up and down the hills. There is a lot of undergrowth. Rhododendron here can be challenging.
Michelle loves rhododendron, just so
Yeah.
you know.
So, you know, I mean, it'll be a challenge. So that's what we're looking forward to, is a challenge, and that's really what adventure racing is about, is overcoming those challenges.
Yeah, we've been talking about obviously this is a national championship. Everybody had to qualify, and the co-ed race is just absolutely stacked. How does that play into your, going into this race? Like, what are your thoughts on the competition and where you might land in the end of this?
Yeah, I mean we're really competitive, but there's absolutely some really good teams, and I think we're fighting against ourselves more than we're fighting against anybody else to just have a really good 30 hours of nav and push each other. And but yeah, I think it's a terrain that we're going to feel pretty familiar with, which is exciting in many ways. Yeah.
Have any of you done any of Michelle's races before?
No,
So you don't.
not her race.
Well, Nav is at a premium in her races, so you'll need to be on it. It's going to be very challenging, and it's going to be fun to watch the back and forth. And like we've talked about with a lot of the teams, it's not about, like, you're not always competing against anybody else, right? You're trying to have your best race as a team, and if you do that, you could end up landing high in the rankings or however you want to finish. So, how does that play into your mindset? Like, going in, like, is that what you guys are focused on as you as a team and doing what you guys can accomplish?
Sure. I mean, communication, teamwork is a huge component. Obviously, it's a 3-person team. If we have a breakdown in that, then it'll drop our efficiency or our outcome, and so that teamwork's a major thing.
Awesome.
So yeah, it's a number one for sure.
Well, we look forward to seeing what you guys do out there. Thanks for stopping by, and we look forward to tracking you guys tomorrow into Saturday.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
All right, I am joined by the infamous WEDALI. So we're infamous now. So why don't you tell everybody at home what that stands for?
WEDALI stands for We Eat Dust and Like It. Our team has been around mostly in the Midwest, based out of Minnesota for about 20 years now. The team has kind of morphed as people have come in and out of the team, and now Brian.
They were the lone survivors. last standing.
So how many national championship races have you guys raced together? 3?
Together 3.
Together 3. All right. How are you feeling coming into this one?
Good.
I like it. And that's it, bro. We're done. I mean, listen,
I'm excited. It's nearby for me. I'm from Virginia, and so I'm really excited. It's a terrain I really enjoy and like, and it's beautiful weather.
Yeah, we had a couple. Obviously, like Schumacher's team, right? They have two people from Florida. This is going to be very different than riding in Florida. There's going to be a lot of vert. What you guys have raced some of Michelle's races before, I take it?
I have.
You have?
I have not.
Yeah.
So what do you expect to see in a national championship race put on by Michelle?
I don't a good race.
Yeah.
I think things are usually put together, and we have a good plan, and we get to explore some neat places.
Heard good things about their race.
Oh yeah, she puts on
fantastic
fantastic
courses out
races.
here, so we're excited to give it.
Navigation is at a premium. Like, you're going to have to make sure that you make wise choices.
There's usually been wine stops at some of the races.
Well, somebody was talking about bourbon stop earlier, and that is generally a staple. I don't know if that is going to be out there at this point. Listen, this is a very stacked field. Obviously, it's a national championship. You guys are one of the favorites going into this. How is that carrying that expectation going into a race like this?
I don't think it's any different than what we ever do, in the sense that we're going to race hard and try and do our best.
Yeah, our goal is always to be at the top, and we had 2 wins in a row, and then there was actually a lot of pressure, more pressure last year because we didn't get it done. So we're back. We're going to give it another go and see what happens. But this combo together, our goal is always leave nothing behind out there.
So I'll just put it out there, because Jesse Spangler was on earlier from Team REV3 Pro. They threw the gauntlet down and said they didn't come here for second place this year. How do you feel about that?
Bring it.
There's
Bring it.
There's lots of other places other than second. There's third and fourth and fifth.
That is probably the best answer of the entire day.
And there's a lot of teams that are going for the same reason.
Yeah.
So it's he's got a lot of work to do, but we all do. So
Yeah, it's not like it's just us. There are,
Yeah,
you know,
there's-
80 teams out there that are all.
Yeah,
going
anything
for
can
it.
happen on race day, right?
For sure.
Well, I look forward to tracking you guys. We're going to be doing 30 hours of live coverage for this race, and we'll be examining and analyzing every move that you make. So don't screw it up, okay?
I'll try and stay alive for 30 hours too.
All right,
yep,
good.
and I think it'll be a battle to the end. So you know. even
So
if some-
tune in for
so
all
tune
30
in for the
hours.
full 30 hours.
That's right.
Because-
Don't sleep.
Because
Watch
most
that.
races, stay up because it'll change a lot, I think.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys. Look forward to seeing you guys out there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, welcome. We have a new team that has just checked in. I want you to explain who you are to everybody.
Yeah, hi. We are 2/3 alumni from the National War College, and so John and I graduated there. Kim's joined this team late to the game because we unfortunately had our third member, Dan Deptula, not be able to make it. We were originally planning on racing with him. He unfortunately got a cancer diagnosis, glioblastoma, and this was going to be a race that he wanted to do. Maybe a last attempt to kind of do what he loved, which was adventure racing. So our name is Wanderlust. We'll probably be Wanderlost, probably for many hours. But we are dedicating this race to another classmate who did not survive, who is a foreign officer at the War College, Juan Cardenas, and we want to dedicate it to Dan Deptula as well. But you guys.
So Juan and Dan, this one's for you. So I love this, first of all. Like, I just got chills because of this. Adventure racing is so much bigger than just getting out and biking and trekking and getting lost in the woods. It's about finding yourself and finding your why. You guys have the why now, right? Like, this is something that you can't make up. It's something that you can't train for. You have to have that why. So I think it's just amazing that you guys have that why.
Yeah, absolutely. Dan started the fundraiser, and it just happened to be for Juan Pablo Cardenas, who was one of our classmates. We've lost two other classmates to cancer as well. And the day that he started that was the day he got his diagnosis for the glioblastoma. So this is for Dan. This is for raising awareness for cancer. And you guys can check out Dan Deptula's GoFundMe fundraiser for this.
Awesome. Please do. I mean, I can definitely tell you, fuck cancer. I mean, I think that's the affectionate term for it. And you joined on this team so that they can race.
I did.
Like, how special is this?
Well, it's so I got into adventure racing because of Dan. I met Dan on 9/11. He was teaching a planning class, and we watched the planes fly into the towers during the class.
Wow.
And I've been racing ever since on Ducky Fuzz, and so now I'm a part of this team, and I am beyond blessed to be part of this team and to race for Dan and for Juan. And you know, adventure racing just brings people together. It's not about an individual. It's about a team. It's about a family. And so I have 2 new family members and 2 new teammates. So I'm really excited.
Awesome. Dan, up until this morning, Dan was going to race with us, but he finished his chemo and radiation, and he just wasn't up to it. So Mike, who had a crash last week and wasn't going to race, we've been doing musical racers today, and thank goodness that Kim stepped up.
We're going to give it the best shot, and we're going to keep our friends and colleagues in mind throughout.
Well, I hope that everyone at home will watch Wanderlust on the tracker and that we'll all be cheering for Dan. And this is for Juan also. So thank you guys. This was awesome. I can't wait to see what you guys do.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
See you guys.
All right.
All right. What team do we have here?
BRF Barf, number 201.
Okay.
Coming in hard. Coming in hot.
I mean, listen, there has been a lot of discussion about what
don't
BRF
say.
Barf is going to do at this race. So
Love that. Can anyone tell us?
What will we do?
I don't, right? Everybody wants to know, right?
Same.
So what are your expectations coming in here? You guys are a super strong team. And what are your thoughts?
We're gonna push as hard as we can on the things that we control, which is our exertion level. We got some good advice on the drive here from our good friend Amanda Bolai, who always rides with us, and she said it shouldn't be nice. If you notice yourself having a nice time, you should push a little harder.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're hoping to not have a nice time.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
Maybe a little bit of nice time.
I mean, I don't think that you can have this kind of energy and not have a nice time, because I'm sure that people at home are like, I don't know how you get this kind of energy beginning in the race. I hope to see it at the end of the race. We're going to be doing 30 hours of live coverage for this the entire time. Amazing. And I can't wait to see what you guys do. It is a stacked ladies field.
Yes, it is. More so than ever.
You guys have inspired a lot of racers, because I have talked to a lot of all-female teams that have mentioned you guys and what you have meant to this sport. How does that feel?
A little weepy.
I know. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, it feels good to, I mean, you always want to come to the line with as much and strong a competition as you possibly can, because if you're just out there racing your friends, it's not that exciting. So over the years, we've just been, we've been really trying to get women excited about adventure racing, and I feel like we've had a lot of success. We have some friends teams who are racing for the first time ever this year, and we're really proud to be a part of this really strong women's community and to have a hand in sort of just getting people excited about it.
There are 14 all-women teams in this race this year, and that is amazing. Thank you guys for being a part of this. We can't wait to see what you guys do out there, and have a great race.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are joined now by the Rootstock Racing all-ladies team. First of all, welcome to Nationals. How are you guys feeling coming into this?
Thanks, we're feeling good.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the ladies in this race are absolutely, it is a stacked field. How are you guys feeling about all of the other all-ladies teams out there? Because there's 14, I believe, teams that are out there.
Yeah, I think we're really excited to see such a big and competitive women's field. Biggest field I think they've ever had at a Nationals, which is just awesome and speaks to all the excitement of building women up in the sport. And yeah, I think we're really excited to get out there and kind of race toe-to-toe with the best of them. So it'll be a lot of fun.
Well, Britt, I know you were just out here racing on some of these trails. What do you expect with the weather, the way that it's been, and the kind of knowing that this is going to be a long, hard course?
Yeah, it's still going to be beautiful, but I think it's going to be slow. The routes are super slick, so there's going to be, I'm sure, a lot of different terrain. So we've got fire roads, etc. And the gravel's in good shape, but definitely making it a point to stay safe on the trails is going to be really important.
Yeah, I mean, how are you expecting to handle the wet conditions? Because I mean, racing for 30 hours soaking wet is not always fun.
I think just taking care of each other and kind of communicating about our needs and keeping each other safe as our number one priority.
Yeah, because there's no bends, right? So you got to carry everything that you're going to have. So you guys feel confident about your gear selection heading into this?
Yeah, we're going to go over it all. I was going to say, fortunately or unfortunately, we've had a lot of rainy races this year. So
you're prepared.
We're no strangers to being soaking wet for 30 hours. And I think that's what we're going to have.
I think I'm the one that's been bringing the rain, because literally this is 5 for 5.
So everybody at home, this is her fault.
Sorry, guys.
Well, we're excited to have you guys out here. Thanks for stopping by. We look forward to covering you guys on the race.
Yeah,
thanks guys.
Appreciate it.
All right, we are joined with one of the fabulous all-female teams, Steel Wolves. First of all, congratulations for being here at the National Championship.
Thank you.
How are you guys feeling?
We're excited.
Yeah? I mean, look, there's 14 all-female teams here. That's pretty exciting because, I mean, I think last year they might have had 9-ish, maybe 10. So, like, to see the all-female teams expanding, what does that mean to you guys?
So we have only raced on all-female teams, and that's very purposeful. We really want to have that as an example for women that are interested in adventure racing, that you don't have to do this as, with a guy if you don't want to. You can do this as an all-female team.
Yeah, I know, there was, I guess, the documentary several years ago about the mandatory equipment, because that for a long time, it was considered like the team had to have a female on the team to be considered a full course team. It has vastly changed, and I love that because you guys are so strong. Like, all the lady teams out here are so strong. We were talking to BRF Barf earlier, and like telling them, like, we have teams that are here because they said they've watched them race, right? 100%. Like, so, like, I steal your teammate every once in a while to do races. And I've raced around you guys. What are your expectations for this race? Come on!
We're so excited just to be here, and we want to enjoy the terrain and everything that the race directors have set out for us.
Have you guys done any of Michelle's races before?
I've done the
all women races. So
Oh, yeah, the Buff Betty-
Buff Betties.
Buff
Yeah,
Betty
then
races.
I brought my daughter to those as well. I've done them with my sister and as a solo. So it's a lot of fun. The Buff Betty and racing with other women is really enjoyable, and the courses are always a good time.
Yeah, so you know kind of what to expect with navigational, and like this is a national championship, so it's going to be difficult, and the weather's going to be fun, right? You guys, fun, right? Like fun is a very relative term,
Type
depending
2
on
fun.
type 2
Type 2
fun,
fun,
yeah,
yeah.
type 2
Yes.
fun. You know, as you are out here and you're looking to inspire other women, what would you tell them about getting involved in adventure racing?
Go sign up, do it, and enjoy it. It is really fun. So, doesn't matter if you know how to read a map. There's a lot of people out there, especially other female teams and other co-ed teams that will help you figure it out as you go. And then if you are worried about signing up, even if you don't find a team, like going as a solo, go as a solo. There's always somebody there to be like, hey, can I hang out with you for a while in this race while you get the hang of it? Just sign up, go, do it.
Yeah, It doesn't matter how fast or slow you go. I expect to be pushing my bike up the all.
If you're not hike-a-biking, you're not in a Michelle adventure race. That is right, right?
And then I'll be riding my brakes down the hills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, can't wait to see what you guys do. You guys follow Steel Wolves as they go out there and try to crush it tomorrow. Good luck, guys.
Okay.
Thanks. Hey everybody, we are here with the Strong Machine developmental team, all ladies team. First of all, I'm super excited that you guys are here because you have a very unique story. So why don't you share with everybody, so a lot of teams, when they're coming out here, they have raced together. We've heard from some of them that have done this a lot, but tell us about what you guys have going on.
Yeah, so my team qualified last year through the point system through USARA, and all of my teammates didn't want to join or joined other teams. So I wanted to represent the women get, I think, 10 spots through qualification, and it's just really important to all of us that women represent in this field and that we're bringing up the skill level of women in this sport. And so, and I was talking earlier to Ashley about sometimes we get imposter syndrome. The three of us haven't raced for years and years. We're newer to the sport. We have some experience under our belt, but USARA said we were good enough to be here, so we're just going to agree and try to represent the best we can.
And this is the first time you guys have raced together, correct?
We all just met yesterday for the first time in person.
And now you get to go suffer for 30 hours together.
That's going to be great.
What are your expectations for the race?
I know that we're looking to hit the mandatories and have a complete race. So what that means to us is a full, not clearing the course, but finishing the course.
Yeah.
And to not get injured, have fun, and then not get injured, have fun, and stick to the principles of those things throughout the race.
Well, it's super exciting, the fact that the female representation here at Nationals is second to none. I mean, I can't think of any other race that has had the kind of representation that you ladies are representing, and it's such a strong field. Your field is super competitive.
Yeah.
Do you have thoughts about how you might stack up to some of the top all-female teams?
We do. We are here on the shoulders of the women who have built this women's field. So that's Stephanie Ross, that's BRF Barf, that's the Women of Adventure Racing Facebook group, which is how we all met. So we're only here because of what people have done, the women have done before us, and just super grateful. We stack low.
But there's no way to get better, except
right?
No way out but through.
That's right.
Yeah, we'll be in the back of the pack, and I'm grateful that you're interviewing people of all skill levels here.
Well, I think that's what's so great about adventure racing, right? Is you don't have to be the fastest, you don't have to be the best, and that we're all out there doing the same course at the same time, and you're getting the experience that you want out of it. So I think that's something for people to remember at home, that this is not about coming out to win. Though we've talked to some teams that that's their goal. This is about coming out and living this adventure, and that's what we talk about all the time. I'm super excited you guys are out here. You're going to get to see Brian Gatens from the Dark Zone out on course for a mandatory media stop, and he'll be able to talk to you while you're suffering. We'll be back here. Tell all of your friends and family to follow along on USARA.com, and we're going to have a live feed for the entire 30 hours, so we're excited to bring and talk about you guys out there. We'll be watching with anticipation. I can't wait to see you guys out there.
Yeah, if you're a first-time dot watcher, we are team relatable.
All right, so now you know who to follow. You know what the expectations, and we look forward to having you guys out there. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
All right, what team do we have?
Women of AR race team.
Awesome, Women of AR, and I think this is perfectly fitting because we have a huge 14 all female teams coming out here, and Women of AR has been the lead in pushing for women to get involved in AR. Tell us a little bit about what Women of AR is, and like how ladies out there that are watching can get involved.
Yeah, so Women of AR started as kind of, Stephanie Ross has really been leading this charge around building this like online community. So there is like a Facebook group. So if you're not part of Women of AR, definitely join it. There's always people posting like, hey, I have this question about gear. How do people manage this? Or like training tips and things like that. We're looking for teammates. This last year, so at the Nationals last year in the state of Vermont, there was kind of this like prize on the table for the team that won the women's championship. And so that was a sponsorship by the Women of AR team, kind of like to just give that community someone to cheer for throughout the year at a bunch of races. And there was a bunch of awesome like donations. There were like sponsors, race directors like gave race entry fees and things like that. So it was kind of like the community came together to say like, hey, this is a priority for the adventure racing scene, and we want to really uplift female teams.
That's amazing. And I mean, what are your guys' expectations for the race with such a stacked all ladies field? Like, how do you see yourself? Are you podium? Are you looking to podium? I mean, look, throw the gauntlet down, like, because there are people watching right now that want to know. Is that what the expectation?
We're gonna put 100% into this race, and we'll see where we land. And the results are what they are.
Yep.
So we can only do what we can do, but what we can do, I think, is gonna be pretty awesome.
Well, I look forward to watching what the Women of AR do. I hope you at home are watching what the Women of AR do. Thank you guys for joining us. We look forward to seeing you guys out there.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. All right, guys, we are here with Adventure Source Racing. Welcome, guys. How are you feeling at being at National Championships?
Great, ready to rip.
Yeah.
Excited.
Yeah. Knowing that this is a National Championship course, what are your thoughts on the difficulty level that you expect to see out here?
We're expecting to be challenged. That's for sure. I think we've been in constant contact in terms of our training, so I think our fitness is collectively at a great spot. And yeah, the big question mark is what Michelle and Liz have in store for us. So I know they're going to be challenged. We're going to be challenged by their course, and we're ready to take it on.
So it's a stacked all-male field, right? I mean, like, obviously, this is a national championship. Everybody qualified. There are a lot of really competitive all-male teams. Where do you expect to finish? Because, like, I want to know, like, how confident are you in? You just talked about your fitness. What are you thinking?
That's a great question. I think that the three of us, very foundationally are very competitive. So I think regardless of what happens, we're going in hoping to win if possible. That I think throughout the entire race, that's going to be the mentality. Hopefully that happens. Regardless, it's going to be a great time.
Awesome. How are you thinking about the weather playing a factor into this tomorrow?
Yeah, it seems like the south is pushing up some more warmer weather, but will be wet throughout the race. So it's a little bit of plus and minus. It's going to be a little bit more comfortable with the heat, but it's going to be wet.
So are you guys ready to suffer?
I was telling the guys, lube up.
Right? Key to everyone at home: make sure that you are lubed up.
So I mean, that's I think going in knowing that it's going to be wet and doing what we can to prepare our feet and our bodies and everything for that is fundamental. And yeah, I was also saying that I do well in a tough course. So
this is definitely going to be that. I can't wait for you guys to see the flyover in a little while at the pre-race. Look forward to seeing you guys out there, and we'll be tracking. So continue to follow Adventure Source. We're just going to bring in the next guys. Come on in, Bridge Boys, because it's another 3-man team, and we're going to keep it going because they're here right now.
Good luck, guys.
Don't be saying good luck right now, because I know you don't mean that.
I do. I really do. I want to have a great time.
Hello, boys.
How you doing, bud?
Good. I'm good. Listen, we're at the National Championships. How you guys feeling?
Excited,
to be here,
little nervous, but really, really glad to be here.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can't be on a team with Wild Bill and not be excited, right?
It's always a good time with Wild Bill, right?
Exactly. I mean, I loved racing with you. What are you guys have done Michelle's races before. What are your expectations for this course? Like, what do you expect to see?
Michelle is a mountain biker, so I am expecting, some serious mountain biking.
Okay.
I expect to come to 2 trails, and it's going to be the more difficult one that we have to take.
So the road less traveled, but more traveled in this race, obviously.
Which makes it fun, right?
You guys, I mean, obviously this is a pretty big field. We were just talking about, we had another really strong all-male team. how do you guys feel about the competition factor of the all-male category? Because it is strong.
Well, I think we look after team first and the rest of the field second. So we just sort of worry about ourselves, and the rest of it will take care of itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
This is my media guy.
This is your media guy. He's my media guy, too, and I was just here for the ride. Listen, we know that Michelle's courses, navigation is something that you need to have. You
got the crack navigator.
One of the best here, Aaron. I know you guys work a lot with some of the other teams, and you have raced with and around a lot of those teams. How do you expect that your navigation might separate you guys from those teams?
I come from an orienteering background, foot orienteering. We'll be taking, if a route is more direct and is faster but is more technically challenging, that will be, the route that we select. I'm fine going through very technical areas, areas that are vague. That's
we know Michelle likes rhododendron, so if she can find it, it's probably on the course.
Roto is expected. Yes.
I look forward to seeing the navigation choices. So if you are a tactician at home and you want to see what a technical race looks like, follow the Bridge Boys. We can't wait to see what you guys do out there.
301. My boy's nav has won us races before. Not saying his nav, no pressure. Not saying his nav is
No
going to win us
pressure
this
at all.
one. But Kid comes up with, he can read a map like nobody's business, so I'm excited to follow him out there.
Awesome. We can't wait to see what you guys do, and Dot Watchers at home will be watching, so keep an eye on them, and no pressure, Aaron.
No problem.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, thank you. Thanks.
All right. Hey, everybody. We are here right now with some of my good friends from Broad Run Off-Road. Welcome, guys. How you guys feeling?
Feeling good.
Good.
Feeling real good.
So this is, what year, how many times have you guys come here to Nationals?
This is our second Nationals.
Okay.
So.
And what are the expectations going into this year?
Finish.
Just
finish.
To finish?
Yeah, I mean, the weather's obviously going to play a factor this year. We came in last night and we were listening to the rain pour down overnight.
Yeah.
So we know it's going to be soggy a bit out there.
Yeah.
I came to win.
I love it. Listen, if you're not throwing it out there, like everybody here is this is the national championship. Like you didn't come here to just get around the course, right? But you guys, I mean, we're from the area where we have done Michelle's races. You know kind of what to expect. What are you thinking like ahead of time? Like what do you expect to see in the course?
I expect the navigation to be high in this one. It's not going to be easy points to get. We've done Michelle's races before. We know that there's a higher level that you have to do. You might have to be going through a lot of roto. Might have to be actually getting in the streams and the creeks. So
we've done that quite.
We're expecting quite a bit.
Yeah. And I mean, you guys know that we train in the mountains. Being in the mountains, there's a lot of vert here. How do you? I mean, you just came off of a big mountain bike race. How are you feeling going into this?
I'm feeling great. It's something I train for constantly is elevation, so I'm not worried about it. I know it's going to be hard, but that's what we're here is leave nothing out there, right?
That's it. Well, it's a stacked male field. We look forward to seeing how you guys do. Thanks for joining us. We can't wait to see you guys out there tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah. All right, hey everybody, we're here with the Cherubini Brothers, and welcome, guys.
Thank you.
I have gotten the pleasure to race against these guys in a lot of different races. How are you guys feeling today?
Pretty good.
Feeling great.
I think
Yeah.
we're all feeling like healthy this time.
Yeah.
So that's, we'll see how that goes.
All right. I mean, look, the 3-man race in this, the all-male teams, it is competitive.
It's a big field.
It is a big field, super competitive.
Yes.
There's some really fast teams.
There are.
What are your expectations for the race?
Well, we this year we set up a little our own little race series. So this is our 5th race of the year.
Okay.
So we've been just going for the ranking points all year.
Nice.
We've been hanging in there. We've been doing well. So we want to finish this race.
Yeah, we want to finish.
We want to finish all 30.
That's
Maximize
first.
time.
That's
Maximize
first.
all 30 hours. Cross the finish line as close to 30 with as many points.
Well,
And
you-
these smiles, we
Yeah.
want to keep them the whole time.
Well, you
That's
guys
all we wanna
usually do. I mean,
That's what we
you
wanna do.
can't miss that.
So
you guys have done a lot of Michelle's races, so you kind of know what to expect
chill
from
on it,
her for her type races. What are you expecting for this course?
Hard.
Hard.
A lot of vertical.
Yeah, challenging for sure.
I mean, it is the national championship, right? They can't make it easy.
We're on top of a mountain.
Yeah.
So
And the weather is going to be
Yes.
the great equalizer,
Yes.
right? Well, we're going to be doing live coverage. Tell all of your family to go to USARA.com. Brian Gatens is going to be out on course, so you're going to get to sit down with him in the middle of your suffering. And we look forward to seeing you guys out there. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you guys. Thanks to all the volunteers, race directors, everybody. Thank you so much. Awesome.
Thank you. All right, we are joined by Team Lollygaggers, who just got in here and got registered. How are you guys feeling?
Sore. Haven't even started.
Sore. You're supposed to wait until after. This is This is not the post-race interview, everybody. This is so you're already sore. That's not good going into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
A 6-hour car ride, so we're trying to.
You got to loosen out. Get loosened. Where'd you guys come in from?
Missouri, Florida,
Cincinnati.
Oh, okay. So a lot of different places. You guys been racing together for a while?
3 years now.
Okay.
Going 3 years. Yeah, this is our first nationals. It'll be fun.
Well, listen, I mean, the all-male category is very competitive. Any expectations for the race?
Really looking forward to coming in probably around 23rd place.
23rd, okay.
That's nice. Can we do over/under? I feel like we set the bar right.
I mean, with the Team Lollygaggers, I mean, I personally love that because that's that is my sprint pace. Is the lollygagging pace. So I'm excited to see you guys out there. Like, you obviously don't get the same kind of terrain in Florida.
Yeah.
Probably not in Cincinnati, and definitely
I
not.
would say in the Ozarks in Missouri. I mean, we don't have mountains, no, but we've got some.
I mean, you drove into this, right?
Yeah.
You know that you're gonna have to finish here.
Yeah. I'm kind of counting on finishing at the bottom and being bussed back up.
Oh yes. Hold your breath for that one. Yeah.
There is a ski lift.
Maybe if you speak that into existence, it'll happen. Well, listen, we're going to have 30 hours of live coverage, all on USARA.com. We're going to be breaking down analysis of what everybody's doing out there. So I'll make sure that I give a shout out to Lollygaggers as we're doing stuff. Hope you guys have a great time out there. Enjoy the rain, right? Like
We will. It'll be fun.
It'll be fun.
A lot of people watching back home. A lot of company. Shout out Moxie. to our wives for letting us come out.
Shout out to the wives. That's right. That's right. Same to mine. Who's letting me come and do this. Well, yeah, hopefully you guys are all watching tomorrow. It's going to be awesome. We look forward to seeing you guys out there.
Thanks, man.
All right, see you guys. All right, hey guys, we are here with Misguided, and welcome to Nationals. How are you guys feeling?
Feeling pretty good, yeah.
Yeah. Have you guys ever raced up here at Snowshoe before?
No. First time to West Virginia.
Okay,
Yeah.
but I mean, you guys have been in a lot of major races. How are you feeling coming into this?
Oh, excited. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think we'll be pretty good for this. Yeah.
It's a stacked all-male field. Any eyes on competition that you know of that you're like, hey, those guys are going to be...
we got second last year at Nationals for the male. So it was the Michigan... It was the Michigan something.
Team.
Yeah, they got first last year, so I guess it'd be nice to beat them this year.
Okay.
We're always aiming for top 3. So.
All right, so a podium finish is what the hope is on this. How do you think that the weather is going to play into the race tomorrow?
It's going to make it way more enjoyable.
You were the first person that has said that at all of the interviews, so...
We welcome the rain, but we don't know if we're going to be paddling or not yet, so that'll kind of dictate what happens next.
Yeah, I think it's still up in the air. I know that with all of the rain that has been in the area, it has raised the water levels, so I think things are hopeful. Are you guys hoping for a paddle?
I like to think so.
Say,
Sure.
Yeah.
Why not? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. First time we've had 3 people in a 3-person canoe before, so it'll be nice.
That's I don't know how nice that is. I mean,
We'll take it.
Yeah, we'll take it.
All right. Well, we're look forward to having you guys out here. Make sure you tell everybody to follow at USARA.com. We're going to have live coverage for the entire 30 hours for the race. So look forward to seeing you guys out there. Make sure that you get a good interview with Brian Gatens out on course because he's going to be out there and enjoying your suffering with you. So thank you guys for joining us. We'll look forward to seeing how you guys do.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, we're joined by some special guests, actually. It's Team Onyx. So tell me a little bit about Team Onyx and what that stands for.
Yeah, so Team Onyx was created, I think, 5 years ago, starting with the Eco Challenge. And Cliff started the team to really hopefully add some representation and amplification of BIPOC folks in the outdoor industry that's been, historically whitewashed. So we've been trying to show up to these races and all kinds of events in different ways. Like I do a lot of cycling, Mike does a lot of OCR, Wheelo does a lot of everything. So yeah, we're just excited out here. And
I got a chance to race with Wheelo at C2C last year, so we've been at a lot of races together, and we've been on a podcast together before. So it's good to have you guys out here. Thanks. What are your expectations here for the national championship race?
This is my first race, so I'm hopefully optimistic. So whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're curious to see what can happen. I know that we've been talking a lot about wanting to go really hard. We've had a lot of learning and training the last couple of years, and Mike is a beast. So we're curious to see what we can do. Well, we're going to finish.
You guys are all strong. And I mean, Wheelo, you've done a lot of adventure racing. What are your expectations coming into this national championship course? What are you thinking that's going to be out there?
Well, it's going to be hard, difficult as always, challenging, but that's expected. I know the elements are adding a little extra to it.
Yeah.
But we're ready for it. Everybody out here is ready for it. It's nothing different than we've done in any other venture race before.
Yeah, it's just about persevering and pushing through and continuing to push yourself when you want to stop.
Right.
So I look forward to having you guys out there. You guys make sure that you're out there tracking Team Onyx. They're going to be pushing hard the whole time. They are great guys that are going to bring a lot of positivity, and I love being around you guys. So I can't wait to see you guys out there.
Sweet. Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Let's do it.
All right, welcome back. We are here with the REV3 team, all-male team. Listen, you guys are going to be fast, and I know that.
Well, we'll try.
Yeah, no, I've seen you race, okay?
Slip and eat it on the mud.
I mean, listen, that is going to have to be taken into consideration. It is a pretty big and strong all-male field. How are you guys feeling going into this?
Excited, ready to race, yeah.
Yeah?
It's good, yeah. We cut Mark Latanzi's bike line, so
well, they're co-ed, so you're not even going against them. There are some strong male teams that have already thrown down the gauntlet, so hopefully, listen, I've seen you guys go up and down mountains in the Virginia area. You're going to be doing a lot of that here. Any expectations of what you're looking forward to on the course? Do you guys like to climb? Because you climb really well.
Yes, but I'm afraid with the dark navigation because there are a lot of clouds. It's a fog, and the navigation could be very difficult with the fog. So
yeah, the weather's going to play a big role tomorrow, right? It's going to limit visibility, and so you're going to need to make sure you get on the compass and you know where you are on the map, and that's going to play a big role tomorrow. So. Look forward to seeing you guys race tomorrow. Go fast, do big things, and we'll see you guys at the finish.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
All right, see you guys.
All right.
Good to see you guys.
See you.
Welcome. Come on in. How are you? Good to see you. How are you guys feeling?
Pretty good. Pretty stoked, yeah. Excited to be here. Yeah, I don't know if you heard, we had a last-minute teammate change.
Okay.
Just yesterday. Vicky joined our team.
So you went from all-male to now co-ed.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you for jumping in.
Yeah, I came here to volunteer. And
now here you are racing. So how is that? Because, I mean, look, there's probably a lot of people at home that are envious of the fact that you're jumping in this race in the national championship. How does that feel, kind of jumping into a...
It feels a little surreal, I have to say. Yeah, my head's spinning a little bit, but I feel confident these guys are going to take care of me and teach me, and it's all good.
What are expectations of the course? You've raced Michelle's races before.
Michelle's courses are awesome, super fun. So that's one of the reasons I was telling Dan, we have to get a new teammate. We need a replacement because we have to race this race.
Yeah.
I've been looking forward to it since I knew that they were organizing it. So it's gonna be awesome, but we're a mid-pack team, and our goal is to finish with smiles on our faces, ultimately. So
look for those hidden gems. We want to find the hidden gems on the course, the little things that you wouldn't see if you plan this yourself.
Well, and that's what we talk about a lot with adventure racing, right? You don't have to be the fastest. I mean, my team mascot is the turtle, because you don't have to be the fastest. You just have to get from point to point and get the most adventure out of it that you can get. Yep. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys do.
Yeah,
have fun out there, guys.
All right,
Good to see you.
Doug. Yep.
All right, we have Trust the Compass. Should we trust your compass tomorrow at the national championship race?
We learned the hard way that we have to.
Because listen, I mean, when you have that kind of name, people that watching at home are going to look at your navigational choices Are you ready for that analysis?
I think so. These guys are going to keep us on track, I think.
Okay. Who's the main? Are you guys sharing navigation duty?
I would say I'm primary navigator, but I think we're open to a committee as well. So.
Well, listen, this is a very strong all-male category, right? There are some super fast teams. How are you guys feeling going into this, and like, what are your expectations for finishing?
We're definitely shooting to finish. However, we're also realists. There's a big field out there. There's a lot of fast guys. We're going to go out there and try to do our best. We've been pretty successful so far this year, so we're just going to hopefully roll that right into this and see how it goes.
Well, a lot has to go right on race day,
Sure
right?
does.
And especially given the conditions for tomorrow and the expectations of a difficult course. Have any of you guys raced an Adventure Addicts race before, like by Michelle? Do you know what to expect?
Never.
Okay.
No, this will be our first.
Well, you're in for a treat. And, I know one of the things that is a pet peeve for a lot of people is when you go out and the point's supposed to be in a place and it's not. You will not have that problem here. Michelle is meticulous about those things, and she has put together an amazing course. What kind of going into this is a national championship. Have you guys raced in the national championship before?
Yeah, we did last year.
Last year? Okay. And are you looking to improve on how you finished in that one?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. So people at home, where did you guys finish around last time?
Unfortunately to say it, that was our first DNF. We had a blunder there at the end that kind of capped us on time, and we knew we weren't going to make it back, so we kind of pulled the plug.
Sometimes discretion is the best part of valor, right?
Yeah, that was a low point for us, so we've been climbing out of that, so we're looking to get a little redemption.
Awesome. Well, we're going to have 30 hours of live coverage for all of your friends and family at home. Make sure that they're following on USARA.com for all of the live coverage. We can't wait to see what you guys are doing. Don't make any mistakes, because we will call you out.
We will make plenty of mistakes. We'll make plenty of mistakes. Hopefully, we can correct them quickly. So
Awesome. Look forward to seeing you guys out there. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
All right, take care.
Thanks, man.
See you guys.
Take care.
Trying to get like a pole, right? All right.
Hey, Michelle. Yeah. Okay.
We're at Team 312 doing a little duct tape repair on their dropper post here.
Test it out.
All right, we got Adventure Enabler Co-Ed team. They just came out of the window. Clear the window.
No, we just got one. We weren't trying to clear the window.
Did we do the single track?
Just some little single track.
Yeah? How'd you like it?
I mean, wet rocks are sort of my jam, so I liked it.
I had a lot of fun on the single
guys,
track.
maybe not so much.
I quite enjoyed the single track.
Yeah.
You guys look great. Moving well, feeling well. Weather's clearing up.
It looks like there's sun on the other side of the mountain for like 3 seconds. We saw it. Yeah.
So we're chasing the blue sky.
Yeah?
We're hanging in there.
Feeling all right?
Yep.
How was the night?
More or less. We didn't make it to the cutoff at 2.
Yep.
In time, so we just had to short course it.
Okay.
And even that took pretty much our full.
Took a little longer than you
budget that
thought.
we had really expected, yeah. So. It's been,
Everybody feeling okay though?
I got a splinter.
Here's the rest of the
Not too happy about it. Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Hey.
How was your river crossing?
That was cool. Uneventful.
Yeah.
That was good. Yeah.
Hands and
yeah.
Yes.
No twisted
Take care of
ankles, no
Perfect.
drownings.
All right, well, you're close to the TA.
Awesome.
Where could it be?
I don't know.
All right. Well, terrific.
Murder of Crows.
Oh, I love the name. How are we doing so far? You guys have a good night?
I mean, yeah, it's good.
You feeling good? You feeling good, Murder Crows?
I mean, it's 20 hours in. You feel like you're back.
Feeling good, guys. Look great. Like $1 million, guys.
Excited for the sunrise.
Exactly. Keep it rolling, guys. What do we got here? Need team name. Who we got?
Wanderlust National War College 16.
Nice. How we doing?
We are racing for our friends from National War College, some of whom did not make it from experiencing cancer.
Okay.
They fought the best they could, and we have a good friend named Dan Deptula who has a glioblastoma.
Yep. And he was going to race with us.
Yep. Until last minute, he couldn't make it, but
Kim stepped up the last minute courageously.
Yep.
Took his place.
We're recording as many little incidents and episodes as we can so that Dan can
Great stuff.
live.
You're doing it for him, you're doing it for them, huh? Isn't that nice? Good job, guys.
Yep.
Good job, guys. Thank You you, guys are sir. pouring it
Thank
out
you.
for them. Well done, proud of you.
What adventure racing's all about,
That's
right?
right, you keep rolling.
Thank you. Have a
Great
good
job,
one.
team. Keep rolling. Enjoy that sunrise.
Oh, we're on to it.
We have to carry our shoes with us, right? Yep.
Rootstock ladies, did you guys go in the window? Did you clear the window? Congratulations. What's the plan on the bike? Ride all the single track?
Probably ride as little single track as possible.
Yeah?
And maximize gravel stages.
Well, you were just out on most of that single track not too long ago.
Might not be very fast.
How was the trek?
Not bad. It wasn't bad. We didn't get lost.
Did you go to the window?
Did not go. We got C. We got C in the window.
We bagged 4. And we skipped 4. Other than that,
Smart.
going feet ahead of the course, going ahead of the course a little bit, moving it on the bike.
Gotcha. Something level.
Yeah,
Use it out there.
I got you.
We're hoping we can knock off that last little, what do they call it, the square?
MNO, yeah, that MNO window at the very end.
Oh, on the last bike leg.
We're hoping we can come back through there and tag them 6. Or 3 for the 6 days.
Got here. What teams we got? N-Cars. Very nice, guys. How's it going so far?
Good.
Doing all right? Nice. You guys have a good evening? How are you, Ash? Doing all right?
Who's that?
This is Brian. Good to see you, pal.
You got a couple minutes? Yeah,
Quick little conversation?
a little conversation.
Sure, step right over here.
Cold? Like off and on cold. So
Yeah.
it wasn't, I still have a mid layer on, so I'm happy about that.
Any bobbles? Any?
A lot of falls. A lot of falls, but
Hey. Nice job, good job.
no,
bud.
and
Nice job, good job.
we have dropped a few, so I think that's been like, but we finished that whole window, so that really felt good. So every once in a while you get a little bit something that's inspires you to keep going, but then you're like,
How are your spirits in terms of bouncing back from the big bike to the trek down, knowing you're getting into the next bike?
I'm good right
I'm pretty ready to get back on a bike.
Same.
Feeling all right?
Oh, I'm not the bike girl.
Guys, ready for a change of scenery?
Yeah.
You ready, all right? Okay, little sun's on the way.
Yeah.
All right,
It's
all right,
good.
team. Thanks.
Very good.
All right, guys, keep it rolling. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
After we missed B and had to go up to the top of a knoll, basically, that we randomly kind of figured it all out, used the drop-off. We hit that trail, we were on it for a few minutes, and for some reason, sailed off of it. But it was beautiful up there. We found it. It's all mossy rock. There was stuff living in all of them. Bear caves. No. So what were they? Were they just up there? They were.
Yeah, because the window was referred to as the enchanted forest.
Yeah. It looked like it. Oh my God.
We put inflatable dragon heads.
Oh no. So I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Huge rocks. We came across the spot that absolutely.
Okay. Okay, I need your team name. Who are you guys?
Team Psych.
And how's it going so far?
Awesome.
So you did a big, long overnight trek, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and how'd you find that trek?
Long and overnight.
Long and overnight. Well, you look to be in really good spirits. You feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good.
Okay, and you're super
that was
close.
a nice wake up at the Ford. Yeah.
Nice. Okay. All right. How'd you find
Nice
them?
picking me up.
Very well. Listen, you're right near the TA. Okay, folks.
Awesome.
Your bikes are there waiting. Okay, little fire, little bikes.
Awesome.
Thanks, guys. Bye now.
Thank you.
We are
Full Spectrum Racing. Yeah.
And I just joined them because I was on an all-women's team, and they had their female missing, and I lost our 2 female, and so I joined these guys. Graciously, they allowed me.
Allowed you.
Yes, of course
She's the
you did.
best of the 3.
She's like, who wouldn't?
Yeah, really.
I know, and I had the chance to race with her at Nationals last year, so I was excited for the chance.
But we were trying to make up some time and stuff, so 32 is down on the creek, and you take the trail down, and then you turn around and come back up. Well, we went to the road, dove right down. I mean, I'm talking, grabbed it, and then clawed our way back up, and we beat a whole bunch of teams.
Well done. Nice aggressive call at a good point in the race.
So it's cool.
Very nice. Good job. Well done, everybody.
None
Glad
of
you
us did that bike whack either.
I don't think anybody did that bike whack.
We did that bike whack between 9 and 10. You guys
Oh,
did
you guys
too?
did too? Sweet, yeah, we did that too.
It saved a ton of time.
It saved a ton of time, but it was.
It's going great up here, as you can see. Teams are coming in. They are happy to be off the bike. They're muddy. They are excited by the cookies that Michelle's mom baked. They're amazing. And it's really exciting to see these teams get ready to take on the track.
Everybody's still in good spirits?
Everybody's in great spirits. Seen lots of teams fixing their feet. Happy to get a new pair of socks on. Happy to get out of the bogs and out of the rain.
Good deal.
You punch to download, and then you can punch out to start the clock.
Got it. You got there? Water?
Water is being refilled. It's going to be under the tent.
How's it looking out there, Gatons?
I see a lot of people. I see a lot of excitement. I see a lot of mud.
You know what we don't see?
What? Rain.
Rain.
No rain, no wind. So the word on the street is that the rain is over. The world has moved on.
Some dark zone coming in.
A tree fell on your bikes. But everything's fine. Yes, but everything's fine. Other bikes were destroyed.
Did you see that? He's like, oh, really? That's okay.
I
This is my strategy.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you need to ride your bike, try and live it to confirm they're okay. Okay. But we spun and everything should be all right. Okay?
What did it fall on?
Yeah.
It just hit your mat board, but I gave you my extra one.
Can you know what? Can you just take this map board?
I can.
Yeah,
Mine.
that was destroyed.
Just take it away.
You have to fix your rear saddlebag. Okay.
Oh, well, I got to get a new one.
Pete's bike actually saved a lot of bikes. Pretty nice. What's the price?
Now go Lollygag.
So guys, listen, it's awesome being able to hear from them what they've experienced. I think we're going to get Royal Elks over here next. Their teams are coming in hot and, fast and furious behind us. We can hear them. We're going to try. Come on in, guys. There's one comfortable chair and then two that have heat.
Shall you get the comfortable chair?
Supposedly, yes.
So guys, Royal Elks, you still have your helmet on.
Still ready to go.
Shelly, sit.
Well, then I'm really short.
That doesn't change anything. All right, so we'll pass this around. First of all, congratulations, guys. What an amazing race. How do you guys feel about your race?
I mean, the best way, there was obviously lots of ups and downs.
Yeah.
It was tough early making the decision to kind of skip some points. I think it kind of did mentally challenge us partway through the race because you're like, man,
should we have
not? Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but I think now at the end that we're finishing and kind of seeing how things are playing out, it might end up being good, but there's lots of good teams out there.
Well, and what's funny is like everybody saw you guys skip 6 and the ABC window, right? And that was a big, bold move early on because as one of the super competitive teams in this race, the strategy comes into play, right? And that is something that teams had to consider. Like we were just talking to WEDALI, and they were talking about how they didn't really do that because they were going out to clear no matter what, and that was it. It's either that or bust. But when you're looking at the other spots on the podium, decisions like that are going to play into this because how did that play out later on, like with the last 2 windows?
We knew we had to crush them.
Yeah, and did you guys get the one at 5 or before, like right at the 5 and the one up top?
Yeah, we did both bike windows. We just knew that that's kind of our strong suit as a team, biking. So
all 3 bike windows.
Yeah,
all 3, yeah.
We definitely wanted to make sure that if we skipped that first one, that those ones were priorities for us.
Yeah.
So.
And listen, we had a lot of support from Royal Elks at home. I got to show you the video of your girls cheering you on. It was fantastic.
Yeah,
I was hoping you'd cry at the finish line.
There's no chase with these guys. No, it's all, we're training for Ecuador now.
Yeah, listen, I would say mission accomplished, right? I mean, the conditions here, how did they play into your race?
Personally, I don't like rain, so I had this raincoat on until maybe about 9 a.m. this morning.
Nice.
So I was nice and cozy, dry in my raincoat.
Guess who doesn't like wet feet?
I do not like wet feet either. So I had my waterproof socks on until halfway. They ended up filled with water. So I ended up taking those off.
Not a
great
decision.
No.
I tried to convince him not to, but
Yeah. So no wet feet and no rain is way I like it.
That's awesome.
Ecuador is a perfect spot for us to go.
Right? It sounds like you're going to set up well for that. Shelly, what was a highlight for you of this race? Because, I mean, it was a challenge.
Last night when we went for a point that we were going to pass, and we were thinking like, no, we don't really know where we're on the trail. It could be not a good use of time, and I just encouraged them to say, hey, we're here to learn, work together, and their nav was great. But there was also bourbon at that.
Hey,
yeah, so,
it's like a win-win, right? Like a pleasant surprise.
Just the counts, right? So that was probably my high.
That's awesome.
We could have walked away from it.
Did you guys, that entire 2 to 3 trek, that was some crazy trail. Like Mike Garrison showed everybody at home some video during the day, and the trail was difficult to see. How was it at night with all the additional leaves falling from the rain and doing it in the dark?
I mean, honestly, Jason is a wizard at finding trails. I don't know how he does it. Like, we're just walking. All right, let's go.
You're like, I don't see that, but I'm following you.
Yeah, he just spots trails. It's, very intuitive for him. So,
that's awesome.
The communication, I think, among all of us is really strong. And I don't take it for granted because I've raced with a lot of different teams.
Yeah.
And our first race in Canada.
I'll make sure you have the mic too.
First race in Canada was a stage race. This was a 30-hour race, and I think we'll just transition nicely into expedition racing. Expedition racer.
I mean, this was a good way to kind of get you into that, right? Like, I mean,
yeah, it kind of forced me in with the rain. The rain running down my pants, just
right?
filling my shoes.
It's like a
with
funnel
water.
right into them.
Yeah.
Any big bobbles or mistakes that you're like, man, that hurt?
Yeah, so TA2, okay. TA2 on the map is on a straight section of road, no intersections. But TA2 was set up on an intersection. So we went out 3 different ways, realizing, wait, hold on, where are we? TA2 is not at the right spot on the map.
Yeah, we walked through TA2 3 times.
Yeah, on our way to leave.
Not know that it was you.
But that actually did allow us to reconsider and re-strategize that whole trek. because we ended up looking at 21, 22, and 23, realizing that to get to 21 was probably going to be a bushwhack, and we weren't ready for that.
And it was.
Yeah.
We were just talking with WEDALI about, so they started out of TA2 with Rootstock co-ed, so Brent and Abby.
Yeah,
and
Brent and Abby. I know
they had a disaster of a CP21 and ended up not even getting it after spending a very long time and a lot of really thick rhododendron.
Exactly what we didn't want to do.
Right. Well, and it's actually the video that Mike Garrison showed us was up to CP23, and it was brutal. And WEDALI had a tough time. REV3 Pro had a tough time.
So we ended up actually going and attacking 23
Okay.
from the south side.
Okay.
So to speak.
Was it? Did you guys get it?
We did not find it.
Okay.
We went all over that
when
boulder
they
field.
found it, we were
Yeah.
like, okay, but we need to move on. We just need to spend so much time.
Yeah.
You know,
In a 30-hour race and there's 50 CPs, you know the time that you can commit to one CP, and when you can't. Yeah.
in a 30-hour race with that many mud puddles, you know you have to hit all of them.
Yeah.
That's the real challenge. And the river crossing was fun.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
How high was it?
Yeah, for us, I mean, just the die.
I almost died. No, it was fine. It was pretty funny that we did whitewater safety crossing, and and literally it was
That high, yeah.
But I made it.
Guys, listen, fantastic race.
Thank you.
Super proud. Congratulations. We look forward to talking to you guys. I hope you continue to get ready for Ecuador. I can't wait to track you guys and see what you guys do. It's going to be awesome.
Thanks a lot, Doug.
Congratulations. Everybody, Team Royal Elks. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Oh, my muddy self got all over your nice.
That is going to be the mud chair, so you're good.
The only picture I want is the windstorm picture when I came up behind you guys and did that. That's my Facebook profile. That was so fun. You guys were like, oh. But it was so pretty. Thanks for all you did.
No problem.
It's
Thank
great.
you.
My mother says thank you.
Well, hi, Shelly's mom. Yeah, you're welcome, Shelly's mom. Listen, we're out here. Guys, first of all, congratulations. What an epic day. You guys battled an amazingly tough course. Are the only team to clear the course. And the national champion. How does that feel?
It feels good. We worked hard out there, and we were always looking over our shoulder. So, kind of surprised we were the only team to clear it.
Yeah, a lot of teams.
Once they cut the paddle, we had to do that longer paddle. No one would have cleared it, but I'm kind of surprised. A couple of teams didn't clear it, but it's how it works sometimes.
Yeah. How did you guys? I mean, how did the weather change anything about early on in the race? I mean, that first 12, 15 hours was the worst weather, that we could have imagined for this.
I mean, we had a nice tailwind at times.
Mostly crosswind.
really nice to drive
Yeah.
I literally held out my jacket. I held out my jacket a couple of times to catch a sail.
Yeah.
Push us from behind. Yeah, it was blowing so good up there.
I mean, it was wet, but I mean, we've all been in those conditions before. I mean, Biz said something about the hurricane. I'm like, hurricanes aren't that big up here.
Well, it moved so fast. It pushed through all the way up from, where it made landfall up super fast. And we got nailed up here the entire time. At least sometimes you were in the forest areas and maybe got a little bit of a break from it.
But everyone had the same conditions, which is it wasn't like an expedition race where if you cross one section at a certain time and then another team
You might
hits
have
it
a
later.
totally different experience.
Yeah, but in a 30-hour race, everyone's in the same crap, wet, slippery trails, wind. So I mean, it kept it level.
Did you know the position that you were in? I mean, obviously you knew you were up front. Did you know that, first of all? Because I mean, this was a really stacked field.
The garbage bag. The TA people had to get out the garbage bag. We knew we were first.
We did get to a TA, and I don't think there were any bikes there yet. And we asked for if there was a place to put garbage. and they hadn't brought out a garbage bag yet.
So they were not ready for
and
you
so
to
I was
be
like,
there yet.
we were definitely the first people into that TA. Yeah.
You can come in and give hugs.
But I mean, early on, there were so many teams that were like skipping points.
Look at them.
There were so many teams skipping points early on, and so you're seeing tracks everywhere,
Yeah.
And so,
and right after we came into that TA where we were in first, we went way around and lost a lot of time. So at that point, it's possible that somebody could have passed us.
Yeah.
And we would have had no clue. So
what did you guys have any? What was the toughest section? I mean, obviously that first bike, it did a lot of the teams in the race. How was that for you guys? Because it was long and muddy, and the weather was crap.
I don't think it was bad until the end. I mean, the end we got on some pretty tough trails, and it was getting dark, and we were just kind of ready to be done.
Down by the river, right? When you guys came down off of the ridge line, there were two different ways, and we talked about that with Mike Garrison and how he had gone that way. And Michelle was like, if the teams that went up the road and then came back down, it was much faster.
Yeah, we were trying to stay low.
Yeah. But
we
that
didn't
bottom side
we didn't know how bad it
pretty
was.
crappy,
Yeah.
right? Like you're
But even one of the trails you had to take to get one of the controls. But there was one section that we probably could have skipped. The first bad road. The second bad road was the one that was like a creek in the middle of the road. Remember when the bridge was out, and then there was a creek, and then that was it almost looked like that was the road. So.
Yeah, and listen, it's hard to go back in this at this point right now. Everything's a fog, kind of like what you were riding in at the time, most likely. I mean, it was foggy for a very long time.
It was very challenging conditions out there, and I think I just remember being so thankful for Brian and Mary just being we're all pretty good riders, and being able to kind of tackle some of those wet conditions, slippery rocks, things like that, and it was just I'm always really impressed with these guys and how well they can handle that sort of terrain and things like that.
And
so
everything has to go right to have a day like you guys did, right? Or be able to overcome the wrongs on those days as well, and things need to go right.
Less wrongs than other teams.
Yes. Bend ended up having mechanical early after point 10 and had to pull from the race. They had a strip crank. FLX ended up having the same kind of issues with a rental bike. And so they had to turn around midway through that big bike and make their way back here. That's
tough on equipment for sure.
Yeah.
We were lucky. I think Brian had one little slip out, but no one crashed. So our bikes remained intact. Last year he crashed, but he didn't bust his. Actually, he crashed twice. He crashed on pavement. But we were lucky we didn't have any mechanics.
That's bad when you don't even remember when you're crashing, right?
He just kind of missed the corner and went, but he was fine. But yeah, we were very lucky we didn't have any mechanicals. Last year we got a stick in a derailleur and we were just slower.
And that's what FLX had a derailleur
it
issue,
happens.
right? They tried to fix it. They tried to turn it into single speed, and even that there was too much torque, so they couldn't do it. And they were like, well, there's our day, right?
Yeah.
And then all the best laid plans go to the side, and you just have to call it. What were the highlights of the race for you guys?
I thought that the orienteering section out of TA5 was pretty fun. The bonus checkpoints.
The lower window there that was out of the river?
There were three, when you went to TA5, there were 3 checkpoints in the window, and they were up super high. They were kind of like the bonus checkpoints in that area. And the woods were so open, and the sun was rising, and it was just the woods were beautiful, and you could see the contours and the terrain because it was so open. It wasn't filled.
Which
with
you didn't get
rhododendron.
yesterday, because even when you were up, you couldn't see anything, right?
Yeah.
I'll say when we kind of turned out of the woods at one point and kind of turned onto this forest road, and there were leaves falling, and it was wet and rainy, and I'm like, this is fall. It's beautiful. Yeah. And so even the day when you would say the weather was bad, it was still looked really nice.
You can still find beauty in it, right?
Yeah.
That's why we do this. Even through all the suffering and the crappy weather, you still find the beauty in that. So that's good for everybody at home to remember too. Because I mean, listen, we all do these races to find that, you know, and sometimes we forget to look for it. And so even when you're pushing for an overall win, that still happens.
Well, and it was really cool to have those guys come
Got
in.
the Bridge Boys coming in behind us.
01, Bridge Boys, Johnson, William, Wild, O'Donnell, and Aaron.
It was really cool to see how many teams were sticking with it in that weather, that they knew they couldn't clear it, so they were skipping. And so we were running into lots of teams. Some were pushing their bikes, but they were always happy. We're getting totally crapped on. We're full of mud. Bikes sound like whatever, and it's just like they're still out there smiling, and we're all like, "Hey!"
I think a lot of times we have it easy in the way that we approach the course, and that we can just say, let's just clear the whole course, because a lot of times the difficulty is, and like true Rogaine orienteering, you have to like, the courses are not clearable, so you have to pick like what is going to be the most efficient or effective or get me the most points in the time that I have. And I think it was kind of interesting to see it seemed like what some of the teams were choosing and how they were optimizing the time and effort that they could put in the
like
time
the
that
Royal
they
Elks
had.
who came in right behind you guys, right? They skipped 6 and that first ABC window so that they could get ahead, you know, of some of the other teams, knowing that maybe they would have times for the windows later in the race. Right after the window that you were just talking about, which would have been on the paddle section, that like right there before you started the climb back up. Rootstock women's team, who was in the top 5 at the time, ThisAbility, they skipped all 8 of those points there, like the 2 plus the 3, because they're like, I think they want to get the 8-point window up here, but if they would have done that, they wouldn't have had enough time. Because look, let's face it, they've got an hour and 15 minutes to get back here. I mean, we got the tracker up above so we can see when teams are coming in. And so, you know, we're watching, we're trying to do math. They're trying to do math. Math gets hard at this point in an adventure race.
I remember seeing some teams biking down the mountain when we were biking back up out of TA5. And I was like, oh gosh, you know,
where are you going?
This is going to be a tough turnaround for you guys.
Yeah. Did you guys have any bobbles or mistakes that you're like, damn it?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, we had plenty.
I think only 2.
Wow.
That were like.
What about
worth
23?
being upset about.
CP23.
23 was kind of one of them, but I don't feel like we.
That was partially our fault that we
Yeah.
didn't have the right clue at first. So, right? 23 was the one where the point
That's
had
up
been
on the
moved.
ridge and the.
Yeah.
It
was on the boulder.
What we should have done for
Yeah.
the most part, and
We-
we attacked it.
we didn't
well.
give up on it.
It was just a difficult point, and we just didn't luck out. Oh yeah, it was just a difficult point, and we didn't luck out the first couple times. But I mean, I'm sure there's things we could have done better.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like we were. There's nobody. There's not a lot of people that could do that perfectly. I don't like in the world. Like,
well, no, and it's funny you say that, because I would say, you know, you guys and the REV3 Pro team, who were right behind you guys coming down that ridge, they had the same issue that you did at CP23, where it's kind of a back and forth. Did we go down, you know, far enough into the woods? What were the other bobbles in your mind that you had? Because
talk about the other one out of the TA, which out of TA2.
Oh yeah, the first point, you guys stayed low out of the TA to go get point 21.
We were with Rootstock. It was a little bit further down the road, but it just.
The roads on the map were not.
Well,
they don't match up.
They did not match up. Yeah.
Well, Rootstock ended up having a much tougher time than you guys did. They continued.
Well, we started with them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, how did you guys get separated?
Well, we were kind of curving around, and we just realized that if we kept kind of going, I don't know, it was eastward or something, I think. But, you know, we just needed to go up.
Yeah.
Because the checkpoint was at the top, and I don't really know where they went.
Yeah, I don't know where they went either.
So, Jeff, can we pull up their tracker? Because we actually talked about this last night when everybody was there, and then we had an awesome video of Abby going, we got so turned around in that rhododendron in there because it was so thick.
So you said business. We lucked out
because you went up at the right time.
Well, no, what did we find to go up?
Well, that there was a single track trail. Oh, what am I?
Oh yeah, that's the map right there is what everybody's seeing. So that's the inlay. And so out of that TA, you guys went up quick and then found it and came back down.
I'm not sure where we're looking.
Right here. So you guys came out of the TA and you went up and then came that way. Is that their track? Oh, sorry. No, that's not the right track.
I don't think that's right.
Oh, that was ThisAbility. Sorry.
That wasn't our track.
No. Yeah, because you guys stayed along the more along the river, the road that was.
We did.
On the river.
We found like an old road bed. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then you guys went where you guys went up the hill. Rootstock went up, but didn't go up as high. Then thought maybe we need to go further north. So they went north, and then they were like, maybe this isn't the right re-entrant because that was kind of it wasn't a sharp re-entrant, right? It was more of a deeper re-entrant.
Yeah.
And
There
so
was a single
we'll show
track
you what they
trail
did.
on the map. There was a single track trail
On our map.
Okay.
on our map.
But we were kind of like, well, that's likely not going to exist. The trails like that are just like drawn in on on USGS maps usually don't exist.
Well, and it's so thick in that area, right? Like we saw a video from Mike Garrison during the day, and if you see what they did, they came super close to the point, and then ended up thinking, no, we're not far enough.
I wonder. It looks like they still came up. It looks like they still came up the single track trail like we did, but that was when it kind of like split, and we debated about that, and I wasn't sure what we should do, and Biz was like, "No, Kevin, it goes this way. Let's take the trail, or take this trail. It'll take us more up to the point." And it took us up to the huge clearing like almost right away, and it was perfect.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think there was a point there where you kind of got to a decision, and you might not know what it was, even if you had taken those trails up.
And then the video afterwards, Abby, it's probably a sore spot at this point because they're like, the rhododendron was so thick. We got turned around. We spent way too much time. And then they decided, let's just go. They ended up not even getting that point, and only got like 3 points.
Stuck up on us. And loving it. Nick Giorgi, Captain Giorgi.
So listen, guys, I just want to say it was a pleasure watching you guys, getting to break down your race. I learned so much just by watching what you guys do, and I'm sure everybody at home is doing the same thing. I want you guys to go get something to eat, unless you have something to say to your followers that are out there and people like we've been. Yes, you do. Are you kidding me?
You have like the most followers, Mary.
Mary's followers are on the course because they're always cheering her on the course.
That's the women support that's out there. It's amazing.
We had an amazing female representation here at National Championships, and we have 14 all-female teams, and 2 of them right now are in the top 5 overall.
It's awesome.
The Rootstock and Women of AR. Yep.
That's great.
So we're going to bring you guys on. Yes.
I would just like to say thank you to the race staff and the race organization and like definitely all the volunteers. I mean, this is a huge production, and I'm just like so impressed.
Well, and they were all out in the same conditions, like dealing with all of that out there.
60 CPs, and we only had one that we actually didn't like or complained about. I think that's pretty good. That's pretty good. You don't get that.
It wasn't that bad on the official
We kind of went
thing.
down the middle line.
I was pretty non-committal, and I put my line across both.
Well, guys, thank you guys. Congratulations. What an amazing win. You're going to come back next year and try to defend, right? Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Oh, yeah, you get the cushy one. Now, listen, you're going to have to talk into the mic because it's loud back here. I'm not giving Chip the mic first because we know he won't stop talking. So, David.
Hey.
First of all, congratulations, guys.
Why?
Why? Because that was an epic race, and you guys absolutely crushed it. How do you feel?
I'm tired. It was a great race, though. It was a lot of fun, honestly.
First, have you guys raced in a hurricane before?
No, first time.
Check it off the list. That was
windy.
I mean, you had to know when you came out of the really warm, cozy map room to come out here for the national anthem, and we're just getting blasted by wind in this area. What was going through your head about, holy crap, maybe the strategy is going to have to change?
Well, remember, we just got back from Alaska for 5 days.
Yes.
So we're used to spitting rain. Meaning Alaska, the Expedition Alaska, right? So we just got done racing there. So this really reminded us a lot of that race.
Okay.
So it wasn't like it was the first time we're like, oh, we just got back from Alaska. We know what this is about. But that was definitely like the hardest nationals we've ever done. The nav was tough. The biking was tough. Everything's wet and slippery and rocky, and these trails would be technical even on a dry day. And then it was like it took all of our skill set to survive this course without a scratch or a bruise and having a lot of fun. I mean, but this was really hard.
So, Andrea.
We have a few scratches and bruises.
That's what I'm going to ask, because obviously the trails
we weren't hurt.
were difficult, right? I mean, they in normal conditions are probably fantastic.
Well, this is what David didn't say when you asked how our race went. Is that what you asked him? I don't know. I am so proud of us. We worked together
Finally, and Andrea
so well.
It's not like, oh my gosh, like we
No, we did some of the hardest stuff we've done in a race. We're so well fitted together. We worked well together. It was incredible. It was a great race.
Did you know where you stood in the race at any point during the race?
No. But
no idea.
But a few times we were around teams that we know are the top of the top. We saw Bend Racing, we saw WEDALI, we saw REV3, and we were kind of around them a few times. Like,
we saw Women of AR.
I don't know, Women of AR were crushing it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
The
I need to
Rootstock
hand the
female
microphone to someone else.
Oh yeah.
Well, and
I was super impressed with the female teams. Oh my god.
Holy crap. Like, we talked earlier about the representation, but during the race, I got my own. So during the race, and we're going to see how everything plays out, because there's still obviously the bonuses and things that we're trying to get ironed out and figure out where everybody sits. But we had 2 full women teams that were in the top 5 of the race overall the entire race, with Women of AR and the Rootstock all women team. And so, listen, you're a big part of what has happened in Women of AR, and what you do for Women of AR, what you do with Team ThisAbility. You should take some credit for that, because people are out here trying to do what you do, and you're setting an example, and you should be very proud of that.
She was kicking my butt out there, without a
She
doubt.
kicks a lot of people's butts, and
So-
I definitely would not be able to race with Andrea, and most people out here would not. And listen, you guys just showed that in this race. It was the strategy going into this. What were your thoughts on the windows?
So we wanted to hit the windows. I think we were a little bit of a victim of our own success, because the first window we crushed it. The first trek we crushed it. We're in the top of the race. And then the first bike, we did pretty good. Like, the Jessies were behind us at the TA, and other top teams were behind us at TA. We're feeling really good. And then that second trek, we just
Well, that second trek, it's funny because Mike Harrison brought us a video from a non-race environment, super clear, and on a clear blue day. And he's showing the video, and it was the first time I saw it, and I'm looking at that and I'm going, where's the trail? I couldn't see the trail on the video. In a clear blue day, non-race conditions, you're out in a hurricane in the middle of the night trying to follow a trail that doesn't look like a trail. It's straight navigation, and you better know what you're doing.
So good.
And did you have any bobbles that... He just handed the mic straight off to Chip.
Even though he's supposed to be the nav on the trek sections.
That was just No, we're going to let Chip talk about it. Let's... Oh, wait. So Aaron, say that into the mic so everybody can hear that.
These guys need to be called out for number 25. And should I reveal?
Sure.
We got to close to 25 and we saw it, but these two were convinced that it was 26. And I said, why don't we at least go check? And they did not want to do that. So we went clear around to a different attack point. We got it. But
And it was that
we
point.
could have already gotten it. We went way around. Did
What
you
was
see it?
between us and the point? Like, yeah.
Well, it was a boggy, soggy.
Yeah, the
mess.
bog areas, and I think I know exactly where that was because you and Rev3 were in the same areas around that time, took different routes to that point, and you lost time to Rev3 in that area. And at that point in the race, overall, you guys were in like second, third place overall with Rootstock females. Like you guys, Rev3 Pro and Rootstock females were all like back and forth for second and third and fourth place. Overall.
Were we ahead of Bend Racing?
Bend, after 8, 9, and 10, had a mechanical and pulled from the race after 10.
Seriously? We beat Bend Racing. You heard it here.
So I called them out on CP25, but CP23 was hard for a lot of people.
And you guys
and Chip
nailed
crushed
23
it.
because both Rev3
After a few tries.
Yeah, but both Rev3 and WEDALI had trouble on 23 on the tracker that we could see, and you guys nailed that one. And listen, it's about limiting the mistakes, right? Limiting the bobbles, having fewer bobbles than other people. And in this race, decisions. Speaking of decisions, you guys passed up all 8 points in the lower by transition 5, T5. Was that the thought because of trying to get all 8 up here and knowing that you wouldn't have enough time to get those down there?
We knew that we were having a good race. I mean, just because we were clearing the course and we're next to all the top teams clearing the course, like constantly through the race. And we started messing up some of the stuff in the bog. So then we started, okay, we got to start dropping points. But no, I mean, you've got that place. You have to transition to trek and you have to go out. And you're still really far away from the resort area.
Yep.
And so you basically have a bunch of points there and a bunch of points here. And we knew that we may not even have time to clear these points, and we ended up not. We missed 2. Like if we had 15 more minutes, we would have gone in and got that one that's close here and come back. But we literally didn't have time. So it was like, if we would have done that, I think we would end up late to the finish.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen, we're 3:04 right now, so the official finish time of the race, actually we're 3:08 right now. The official finish time of the race has come and gone. And so teams that are still out on the course are losing a point every 5 minutes.
Those are all teams still on the course?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the live tracker. So
Is there any chance we can see the leaderboard? We have no idea what
no,
is happening.
but you will at 6 o'clock at the results when all the because
Not even on
this
the cell phone,
this
like-
is not official.
Can
And
we just see the unofficial?
I don't want to give
No,
you.
it's not.
I don't, okay, whatever. We'll give it to you. But we don't know how right or wrong this is, right? Like,
I know, because sometimes the tracker picks
in
up
fact,
a point that we didn't really get, which we looked around for 1 point. We just gave up because we were running out of time.
I don't
so
even see
the
you
tracker
guys
might have
on
given
there.
us credit.
Well, it just popped us up to second place.
No, I had us on 50 points.
Oh, we moved again down.
We moved again.
As more teams come in, it's
right, like it's going to continue as they get the finger sticks and get all the points that teams got. Because obviously this is based on the geolocation of the circles and what is going on, and this also that's just the co-ed. So you got to look and see, like obviously this is the co-ed leaderboard, but then what the all-female teams did and what the all-male teams did and how all of that plays in. I think you guys are going to be very happy with your results.
You remember we talked earlier. I was like, if we get top 15, we are all grinning.
Oh, I
top
knew
10,
what you wanted.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
No,
because we adjusted our expectations and we had a great race no matter where we ended up.
And that
Right?
that is a great
Wrong. I'm here to win.
off the team.
See, and this is why we have David here for the live interview, because Andrew's given the politically correct answer. But no, it is true. And listen, I think that's part of the mindset, right? Like when you're going out to beat yourself, you always win, because you're going out to do better than what you expect to do for yourself. And you guys just said that you did that. And that's what adventure racing is. It's not about this leaderboard. The leaderboard is a bonus. And that is what the results show. And I think you guys are going to be pleasantly surprised come award time. And I'm expressly proud of you guys. I can't wait to see what you guys do at Worlds. I think this is a really
not top
good
10, not top 20, not top 30. Keep going.
So guys,
well, real quick, you asked about the race. We have to thank Michelle. This was a phenomenal race.
Yes.
You could tell she put tons of thought into it. The windows were great because the people that passed through the windows and never did it, we go do the window and then we get to see them. It wasn't one of these races where the top teams are hanging out. That's it. We got to see all of our friends, and no matter if you're backpack, front pack, mid pack, didn't matter. This was so much fun. The volunteers are amazing. Having the food at the events are amazing. So I just got to thank Michelle, her team, and me. Like,
what was that?
I
didn't see it.
So I think what he means, huh?
I didn't see it, Jeff. Oh, yeah.
Is it ThisAbility?
Yes.
Or okay, so like the podcast.
You're
or
everything.
what
you stand for.
A lot of people. Okay,
talk about Team ThisAbility.
Actually, I should let Andrea do it. She's better at it.
I'm going to say something that I was thinking about this on the course. My son Trey has Down syndrome, and he's sometimes like a younger child. Like when you ask a kindergartner, are you an artist? Like if you ask the whole class, are there any artists in the classroom? They all raise their hand, right? And so he has this innocence about, he thinks he's great at everything. And like today in the race, when I was doing some really hard stuff I've never done before, and I'm like, I am really good at this. And it's okay for me to tell myself. I don't know. But anyway, we're Team ThisAbility, and we focus on our ability, not our inabilities, and that's how we've gotten everywhere. Like, it's just baby steps, really. And gosh, I don't know.
I've done a lot of work. Somebody asked me earlier who some of my favorite racers are out here, and of course I had to say you guys are some of my favorite because we have such a good relationship. I've covered you guys in a lot of races. I feel like I know who you are and what you represent, and it's the best of the best. And I'm proud of you guys.
Awesome.
Stop it.
He's gonna cry.
I can't help it.
I'm not the only one that cries in public.
No, we do it. And I'm trying to make you guys cry too. So, but no, I'm proud of you guys. I really can't wait to see what you guys do at Worlds. You guys represented well today, and I can't wait to see what the podium looks like.
So can I plug the other organization?
Yes.
So we're evangelists for adventure racing. You know that. We in the past during COVID we did clinics and all of that, but now that we're racing all the time, we don't have time for that. But we did launch a podcast, and it's mostly educational in nature. So if you're new to adventure racing, you want to learn about it, Andrea and I do it. Sometimes we interview people. We always have a race ramble. So every single race we do, we have a team discussion on Zoom and talk what went right, what went wrong, what did we learn, So if you're interested in adventure racing, check out the ThisAbility Adventures podcast. It's on all of the platforms. It looks like a guitar pick that's blue and orange. But,
and follow them on YouTube because they have a great YouTube channel with a lot of educational stuff.
Yeah, we record like every race that we do with GoPros. We put together cool little videos they're really authentic. These are not like, they're kind of professionally produced, but this is our experience during the race. And we're trying to win, but we still take the time to GoPro because we want people to know what it's like to race it like this or race that. So check out the YouTube. We're on Facebook. We have Instagram and the podcast.
And everybody on the team except David is really humble.
They're all better than me.
I'm just kidding.
I just like winning. But there's nothing wrong with that.
If you come out to a race and you see ThisAbility, come talk to them because they will talk to you. Oh, yeah. Chip will stop and talk no matter where he is, whether he's racing or not racing. Andrea will probably pull him away and say we need to go. But thank you guys for joining us. Congratulations. We'll see you guys at the awards.
Thanks, Doug.
Good job, guys. We have the Adventure Enablers all-female team. Come and grab a seat, ladies. There's a mud seat. Either one of these two. Make sure you speak into the mic. I don't. Oh yeah. Congratulations, ladies.
Go ahead. You did a lot of challenging math.
Make sure when you talk that you talk into the mic.
Okay.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
What a crazy race.
It was. It was wet. Cold.
I mean, do you feel like it lived up to the World Championship standard or expectation?
Yeah, short answer, yes. Yeah, I've never done a race this long. You've never done a race. Well, I mean, you've done so many long races that like expedition style.
I've done the Nationals, but yeah, this one was difficult for me. This was a lot of work and a lot of elevation, and then the weather changes. I was prepared for it, so I wasn't. I could have done 2 days.
Oh, make sure you get the mic too. Sorry.
But we really had a good positive attitude.
Right
Yeah, our brains aren't.
My brain's fried. You guys are way like you guys have put way more effort in than what we've been doing here. So
That's why I didn't want the mic. I can't talk. Like, I don't know what to say. Well, I think we really handled it well, though. I mean, we had a really good positive mindset. We stayed within our ability, dropped some. The weather really knocked us down a little bit and kept us slow. The terrain was slippery and crazy, and I don't like riding in that stuff, but we did it.
well, listen,
good.
this race was going to be hard in perfect conditions. Come on, you got to say something. People are at home watching.
Angela led us in all of the mountain biking. She kept us fast. Yeah. She kept us sane. She kept us moving, and I did occasionally fall because I was very much falling behind. But Angela also has plenty of experience with long races like this. She doesn't do short races.
Yeah.
Tell me a highlight from the race.
Oh, we loved that single track up. What was that area called?
The Mower Basin.
That was amazing. It was
Yeah.
so beautiful. And we went up to that vista and somehow saw blue sky, even though it had been torrentially downpouring the entire time. And it was well worth it. We were glad we got there. Glad we got there in the daytime. So.
Oh,
yeah.
did you guys get to see the train? Right? Like it? No. Okay. You hear the toots.
Yeah, we heard toots. There's a lot of like Bolt Energy gels. Sorry.
Did you guys have? So obviously, strategy comes into play on a course like this, where it's really only clearable from the top. Like we only had one team to clear this course, and that was WEDALI. So how did that play into your decision making for like the tough window sections? You know, how many of those did you guys attempt? And did that play into like where you decided to go after something like that because of the bonuses?
So overall goals, one of my goals was to hopefully hit every TA, and you wanted at least one control point. We met that, so we met that goal. But once we saw the whole thing and we knew weather coming our way, we dropped a lot on the very front end, the front trek, and basically just got one, which could have been better. I could have done a better job with that, that's for sure. But I have also lots of help, and that helped us improve over the game. So like, part of the strategy is getting everyone's brain.
Yeah.
Because I'm never the smartest person in the room, and certainly not the best at nav. Anywho, and then we picked up what we thought would be enjoyable, like Morro Basin. We did the window at the strip mine. That was actually really tough, and you guys are like crushing it finding the checkpoints. And we picked up another window coming back on the last leg.
Okay. Is that
with the
at
observation
5?
deck.
Oh, all the way up there, observation.
M, O, and
Nice.
P, yeah.
Nice.
We got, all right, yeah, the last window there. We
That's
didn't
the
end
highest
up,
point of the course, right? Was up there at that observation point?
yeah, or, yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And did you have any you want to add?
Well, listen, I also want to just mention, we had such a strong all-female category this year. 14 all-female teams. We've talked about it a lot. really happy to see you guys out here and doing what you did, because it's inspiring so many people at home. And I hope that they're watching what you guys did today. And you should be very proud. Congratulations. Go get yourself something to eat, get a hot shower, and I hope you're really proud of what you did. Congratulations, guys.
We had a good time. Thank
Good.
you for supporting this.
No problem.
Much appreciated.
We'll see you guys later.
See ya. Fireside chat.
But fireside chat.
Oh, I might not be able to
I know, right? How was it? Wait, you gotta talk.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you're gonna have. You gotta talk into the mic so people can hear you. No, come on in. Come on in. Yeah.
Oh, there's our boys coming in.
310, more than able.
How was it? Hardest thing?
Hardest thing I've ever done. And I've served in the army. Well, not been to war, but kind of. That was literally the hardest 30 hours of my life.
What? I mean, obviously, we knew the course was going to be tough.
Yeah.
How much did the weather play into that?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Just
how many times have you ever raced in a hurricane?
No.
Yeah.
Have I done anything in a hurricane? No. Other
Yeah.
than sit and watch television.
Everything was harder in the rain. Like wiping mud off the mat board on the bike, like not being able to open your food, like the trail conditions.
Could put cream on your backside.
In the rain.
Yeah.
Every,
like thankfully it was pretty warm. It was,
Oh, that's good, because like it stayed cold up here, so we were cold the entire time.
Yeah.
But we didn't know how that was playing out. You know, obviously at lower elevation.
If it's one or the other, it's all right, isn't it? If you're cold and dry, if you're wet and warm, then it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are your feet?
Destroyed.
Done. We're gonna spare people at home from any visuals.
Yeah.
But that is, I think, the common sentiment. We were talking to Royal Elks, and Jason doesn't like his feet wet. So he wore the waterproof socks. The problem is everything went into the waterproof socks. So you're just now walking in a puddle the entire time because they don't drain either.
I lasted 4 hours with dry feet. Everything else was soaking wet. And then, I felt it. There it goes. Up. Yep, there we go. I'm all wet.
I was pretty excited to change into dry socks for the last bike leg.
Well, I mean, what a beautiful last day, right? I mean, once the sun came up, clear blue skies. I mean, even last night, I think, we did a live show at 10:30 till 11:30, and then we finished and walked over. And did you guys get a chance to look up and see all the stars?
Yes. Yeah. And the moon.
The moon was amazing. It was like a little sliver, and you could still see the rest of it. Like, that stuff you don't get in a lot of places unless you're doing something like this out here. What was your favorite part of the course? Was there a favorite part, first of all?
Knowing that I did it, I mean, I'm pretty chuffed that I did it.
Absolutely. Listen, this was a hard national championship course on a regular day.
Yeah.
It was exponentially hard given the conditions. You should be extremely proud of what you guys did, because this was no slouch of a course anyway. And then with the conditions, it just made it ridiculous. So absolutely, you should be proud of that.
I like the single track, but that's my jam. So
Yeah.
Even in those conditions.
Well, listen, I don't want to keep you from food because I know that's probably a premium at this point. Thank you guys for stopping by. Guys, Adventure Enablers, thank you guys, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
If you could see the baby giraffe legs going on. Aaron, what's up, buddy? I'm going to give you the mic first. Wow, Bill? Right here. So, Aaron, navigation was at a premium in this race. You are a crackpot navigator. How did that play out?
It was a lot of fun. It was good. There was definitely some challenges. Michelle did a great job with selecting good features out in the terrain. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Guys.
He did great.
First of all, wow, Bill. Oh, how's that feel? You want a massage?
Dude, do I want a massage?
Did I even need to ask?
Nah. It's that's our ritual after races though, right?
It
You give me the leg massage.
I mean,
I would
you're not
expect
supposed
nothing
to,
less.
Listen, we are live. You're not supposed to be telling everybody our secrets.
I have no secrets, Doug. I keep no secrets from you and the public.
And the public. I should have known. I'm sorry. When we've gotten to know each other all pretty well because we're all from the same area, and this was a very challenging course. How did the weather punching you guys in the face impact this? Make sure when you answer, we're answering the mic.
Yeah.
Because I can see you got something to say, Jerry.
I would say my feet are trashed right now. The first 15 hours of just rain in your face. And then if you weren't the first people on the trails are trashed.
Yeah.
I mean, it made, what was it, Allegheny Trail? Almost not navigable. Like,
it wasn't a trail.
No.
I mean,
it's rocks.
Mike Garrison brought a video of when he went through it a couple days ago in the sunlight, not in racing. And I was like, that is not a trail. Like, I'm like, how do you even that? He's like, you got to pay attention to the blazes. And I was like, I don't even see that. All I see is
that was
leaves.
my job. I touched everyone with my walking stick.
Well, I mean, and that's where, obviously being able to navigate. And, I was talking to Broad Run earlier, and, Dave was talking about just that you can see things that other people can't on maps and the ability to do that. How did that play out? Because the weather...
So with the rain, it makes it real hard because you got the raindrops down. So I'm looking for subtle, tiny little contours. Like, hey, yep, that's a re-entrant.
But then you have a bubble on the.
Yeah. You can't. See, and then when you're on the bike, you got not just bubbles, you got mud, and it makes lots
and lots of mud.
So you're trying to wipe it away. I need a little squeegee there. That's actually maybe I'll do
like
that
a little windshield wiper on your mat board to just get the mud off. What was your favorite part of the race?
So
besides the live coverage,
I will say that stage 2 bike was certainly one of the hardest bikes I have ever done. I was talking with Paul Morris. He said it, I think, last weekend. He said it was beautiful. It was probably bone dry. It was not those conditions for us this time, but it was it was challenging. It was type 2 fun. But these guys are great bikers. They pushed me, and we had a lot of fun on it. So.
Well, and I mean, Michelle made this course hard in good conditions. Mother Nature added to that exponentially. We got hammered up here, and I was just the entire time I'm just thinking, if I would have came out just at the beginning when everybody was standing out here, and you got punched in the face with the weather coming out of a nice dry map sequestration, and you came out here, and I would have been like, all right, I think I'm done. But you guys continue to push on. You looked great. I mean, you look great now. I mean, Bill, you always look great. Anything that you'd like to tell people at home that we're definitely tracking and following along?
Yeah, I would definitely say you need to get out to this area. It is some of the most beautiful wild region that you can see. Some beautiful hikes, great for the family. So come out to Snowshoe and check it out.
Bill.
I'd like to thank all the fans out there of William Wild Bill Donahue. Thanks for following me along, watching my dot. That only moved because these guys moved. So big thanks to my teammates. It was great being out there with you guys. Race with you anytime.
All right, guys. Thank you. Congratulations. Epic National Championship. It felt like the world, right?
Like another planet.
Great job, guys. Can't wait to see you on the next one. See you, boys.
Thanks, Doug.
All right, guys. Tell everybody who you are.
Delmarva Adventure Sports.
And how was it out there? You look great, first of all.
Yeah?
Yeah. This is a new fashion trend that we're starting here at the USARA National Championships. I'm going to go to you because your mouth is full. No, I'm just kidding. How was it?
It was tough with the weather.
Yeah.
That made a big difference. So it was good. I mean, it's what you would expect a national championship to be.
Yeah.
It was very hard.
How was the weather? Because, I mean, we had a very different experience up here than what you guys had down there.
It wasn't bad until we left the TA.
One.
Yeah, TA1. I mean, it was just like torrential downpour, gale force winds, and just demoralizing. But it kept going all the way up until we were on one of the windows. I think it was MNO, maybe that one. And this like little glimmer of sunlight came out, and I was like, "Oh, it's gonna be okay." And I was saying that song in my head,
right?
But there was still a lot of rain after that, so
Yeah.
we were still pretty miserable. But in my mind, that was okay after that.
Favorite part of the race?
That's a tough one.
Was there a favorite part?
Honestly, yeah, I think the favorite part was when we went to the one checkpoint last night where it was the bench overlook and the stars were like there was like
Oh, the
no
stars
light
were
pollution.
amazing. Like, the moon was
That
like
was
a
really
sliver
cool.
of the moon.
Yeah, it was a Cheshire cat.
We said that after we did our like 10:30 live broadcast for everybody. We were walking back and we literally stopped, looked up, and we go, we hope that racers are seeing what we're seeing right now and taking the time.
Because there's
right?
so much light pollution where we live, so it was really cool to see
Yeah.
all the stars.
Well, guys,
That was
did you guys hit this top window?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was neat.
What an epic day. You guys did a great job. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go get something to eat.
Oh, we did, but
You already ate?
We're gonna eat more.
Go take a hot shower and get some clean clothes on. Great job, guys. So there you have it. Delmarva Adventure. Woo! Can you believe this, guys? What an epic 30-hour national championship race. We have had a number of teams come through here and just talk about how spectacular this course was, how challenging this course was, what a great event this was put on by USARA. First of all, I want to applaud you guys because you made my job really easy because all I had to do was talk about the things that you guys have put together. We went live earlier, talked to you a little bit about the course and the time that you have put into this. What does this mean to you? See, that's why I'm sitting back here.
No, it's been great. It's been a really big challenge for me. So, and I love challenges, and I think that's part of why we said yes to this. So, we've been putting on races for 10, 12 years, and I just thought it'd be a great opportunity to expand what we do and grow a little bit and learn a little bit, which I did. I learned a lot over the last couple weeks and the last 30 hours, actually. It's a really great way for me to get my creative juices and creative energy out. I have no artistic ability at all, and I feel like this is a good way for me to do that.
I think this course says otherwise because it was a true artist masterpiece.
Well, it depends on who you ask.
I don't know. We need to get the poll back up here.
But we had this incredible landscape to work with, and yeah, it would have been great if we had sunny skies, and teams got to see a lot of what I got to see over the course of the last couple months. I think they still did.
Yeah.
I think that when you design races courses and you put them on, you have a responsibility to take the land that you have to work with and use it to the best of the ability that you can within the course. And I hope that we did that. There was really no way to make the trekking easier because it's just not easy out here.
Yeah.
Things like that. So if we had the opportunity to, have the paddle on a lake, we probably would have. From a course design perspective. But then again, the rivers are so much more interesting and so much more fun.
Yeah.
And so much more adventurous. So it was really, really great. It was a great process for me. I learned a lot. I had a lot of fun.
And one other thing that I want to point out, because you guys are such kind of really trendsetters in getting the involvement of women in adventure racing.
Yeah.
Adventure Addicts hosts the Buff Betty races that are only women events, which have been huge successes. I mean, you have so many people that are out there that are getting involved in adventure racing, and the representation at this year's national championship was doubled from last year, or more. I think almost 3 times what it was last year, and a lot of that has to do with you and Liz, and what you have done, and it's been amazing to see, and I hope that you are really proud of that.
Yeah.
And the female teams that were here were absolutely crazy and ridiculous, like so strong. We're gonna see when we get to the awards here, like how that all played out. Can't wait to see that.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to congratulate you on that as well.
Yeah, no, it's been great to see a lot of the female racers grow. There are a lot of racers here female racers that their first adventure race was the Buff Betty, and now they're doing this race, and they took it on as maybe their first 30 hours, and yeah, maybe because we were putting it on, I don't know, so we definitely think about them in the back of our heads, but we don't water down the courses just because there's a lot more females racing.
You
I don't
need
believe
to
that
with the
and believe in
level
that,
of women that you have out here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're just going to see more and more females get into the sport, and
I hope so. I hope that all those that are out here watching see the representation here and want to be a part of that moving forward.
Yep.
Mike, I want to kick it to you because, obviously being the main governing body of adventure racing in the United States, this is a big event. What does this event mean for USARA, and what does this mean for you?
I mean, yeah, it's the one event that we're involved with each year, but I want to make it super clear that a year-ish ago, when we were looking for the next place, Liz and Michelle came highly recommended from lots of people that I trust that have done their events, knew their style, knew their approach, knew their dedication, and that's a big part because we really don't have a ton of involvement. Like, we do administrative stuff, bring some people to the event, but we're trusting the race director to get most of the hard work done, right? I hadn't done one of their races before. Like, I've done some of the other race directors' races that I've worked with in the last 4 years. And yeah, in this year is the first year that Stephanie Ross was in the role of Nationals coordinator. So she really took over, as the name would imply, the coordination of the event, working with Liz and Michelle. I would touch base with her on occasion as needed. And I mean, they knocked it out of the park. We literally, I think our influence on Michelle was about 3-ish teams to 5 teams finishing the course, clearing the course, but make it doable for the majority of the teams, like a way for them to get to the finish line. Have at it, right?
And the weather, I think wreaked havoc a little bit on that.
I thought the not watering down the course was a pun a second ago when you said that. Watering down the course, yeah.
Pun intended.
Yeah, right. And so, yeah, they did, all the heavy lifting, working with Snowshoe, getting them on board, and being able to have an environment like this for the finish line is fantastic.
Well, it's been an amazing partner, right? I mean, being here at Snowshoe, the resort is absolutely spectacular. They have been gracious hosts for us here for all the media coverage. And I mean, we're staying here. It's been great. And I know I've already talked to people that are like, I want to come back up here and ride, because it's spectacular. And
those are the only people I saw that was muddier than our racers. It was some of the downhillers.
Yeah. And listen, we've actually seen a lot of downhillers come and ask us about what we're covering. And they're like, you guys are absolutely crazy.
It's all relative, right?
It's all relative, right? I think it's been an amazing event. I hope that you guys have too. Everybody that I've talked to.
Randy got pictures of racers in front of the train. I don't know if you heard that. So
that was a big goal, right? The timing of the train we weren't sure about, but the scenic train from Cass, and it worked out. It worked out perfect. We can't wait to get all of the media that has been taken. That we had difficulty getting it back, here to be able to post on the site. It's all been hosted on USARA.com.
It'll be there, yeah. It's like you said, we had the Starlinks, which were good for communication, so the TAs could talk to each other, which is important. But uploading gigs and gigs of photos, it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
So last year, years where we have actual cell service, we try to get stuff up during the race so people can check it out. It's not that we don't have it. It's just give us a couple days to get it all uploaded and organized. So,
well, we have the results are being tabulated right now. We're going to have the awards here at about 6 o'clock. And so we'll come live to the awards. We're probably not going to talk much. It's just going to be, here's the awards. You can see what they are. My voice is a little bit shot after 7 broadcasts over the 30 hours. But it's been so much fun. Thank you guys for allowing Jeff and I to put together the media coverage for this. We love this sport. We want to help grow the sport. And we hope that you at home have enjoyed watching and hearing our rambling analysis at times.
Well, we want to thank you guys, because if it weren't for you guys being passionate and wanting to do this, we wouldn't be anywhere near this. You know, kind of like our involvement with you guys, it's like try and stay out of your way and support you when we need to. You know, you guys kind of drove the impetus behind this to get it all done. So yeah, I hope people like it and continue to grow and evolve in future years.
Yeah, look, we hope that this becomes something that every race director out there watching the National Championship wants to have, because we love doing it. I want to be out here. We love this community. I love the people. You've seen some of my passion. I've been crying a couple times today, so don't think that that your tears were the first to be on this. I have, just by talking and sharing the passion with people. Like, I'm passionate about it. That's why we're out here. You love this sport. You want to help grow it. That's the same thing we want to do. That's the same thing USARA wants to do. Go on USARA.com. Find a race near you. Get involved. They're going to have lists. They're going to have all these race. We have, how many race directors were racing today?
That's a good question.
That host Rex, other races throughout the country. Get involved. Get out there. We hope to have you out on the course. And to see you out there. It's going to be a great 2025, and we look forward to next year's national championship. But the question is, where is it? Yeah,
to be revealed.
That is,
and
that is
it's especially relevant for you because as a race director this year, you get to race free next year, so you're going to have to come out and you're fortunate that. Oh, unless it's a race director that was in this field today, then you might be in trouble.
Right, because they might want to.
Then it might be a little bit of retribution.
It might be payback. I think we're going to wrap here. Thank you guys for joining us for the end of this. I don't think there's any better way to wrap our live coverage. Jeff, you've been amazing on the back end. Come on around here because this would not have happened.
The man in the chair.
Without Jeff. Thank you, buddy. We have spent a lot of time up here on this porch battling the elements. It's been so much fun. I hope you have enjoyed it at home. Continue to follow on the USARA page for the live results, for all of the photos and media that we're collecting. It's all going to be on USARA.com. Follow us on AR.watch and AR Insider. And we're going to see you at another event. So I'm going to let him get back there so we can kick it to the live feed. We'll come back live at about 6 o'clock for the awards. Teams are getting showered. Thank you for joining us. Mike, Michelle, thank you. We'll see you guys at the next one. Continue to get out there and live the adventure.
You've been waiting for that.
to people out here about this amazing course that you put together.
Sure, yes, I can.
First of all, I want to congratulate you because this is a resounding success.
I hope so.
Listen, everybody's just talked about how amazing the course was, that it was challenging but fair, and even with the exacerbated conditions.
Yes.
You know, I mean, obviously it was a punch in the mouth, but like this is a national championship course. Mm-hmm. You should be very proud of it.
Thank you.
It's been awesome out here covering it. Tell us about the time and heart that you put into this, because I know it means a lot.
Yeah, I love designing race courses. It's like my favorite thing to do. So it doesn't feel like work at all. So I think that's what makes it easy for me. So, but yeah, I've been out here for 6 months working on this. Maybe I've been here about 25 times. So I've camped at every TA. But I just love piecing these things together. I find it enjoyable. It's like a puzzle to me. Thank you. A creative outlet. So, and I hope everybody enjoyed it. You know, despite the historic hurricane. The first hurricane in 50 years to come through West Virginia. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was
that
the
was
remnants
the
of the hurricane. At the start, oh my God.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
When we came out here for the national anthem, I was like, "What are we even doing here?" But that was fantastic. We're gonna get to some other teams and talk to people, but congratulations.
Thank you.
This is
Thanks,
fantastic.
guys. And you have done a top-notch job.
Thank
You've
you.
raised the bar on this, so well done.
Thank you. All right, guys, we are back, and we have Moonhowlers with us. Can I get a one for Brian? Oh! Brian, I hope you're watching, buddy. Miss you being here. First of all, congratulations, guys. What a freaking 30 hours.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna cut to this because this is absolutely ridiculous. I wanted you to show everybody your hand. So I don't know if you can see it on the camera. Hold it up to that camera right there. It is black and blue, and it is broken. And when did you break this hand?
2 p.m. yesterday.
2 p.m. yesterday. And so you rode through one of the most epic bikes at a national championship race in a hurricane with one hand.
Yeah, pretty much.
Holy cow! Are you kidding me right now? Tough as nails. I have gotten to race with you guys, all of you actually. And so tell me about this race.
Oh my gosh. I don't know where to start. It was by far the most insane race I've ever raced in. Challenging mountain bike sections, the trek, and then you throw the weather on top of that. No.
I mean, Zach and I have had near-death experiences together in a race, going over in some whitewater, thinking we were not going to get picked up for a while. But like, I mean, your wife here broke her hand. What were you thinking as that happened?
Well, I didn't see it. It happened behind me, and I turned around, and she's laying on the ground and in a heap, and the bike is turned over, twisted around. So I stopped, dropped my bike, and ran back to see what was going on, and she held it up, and I could tell just by the way that she was shaking, and poked at it just a little bit, and I said, "That's broken." She's like, "It's fine."
Rub some dirt on it, which there's plenty of it, right?
There's plenty of dirt to rub on.
It was fine, yeah.
That's hilarious. Nikki, you came into this race kind of last minute,
Yes, I did.
as it was. When did you decide to come and do the national championship?
Like 3 weeks before.
And you're
I
like,
recommend never do that.
and make sure you hold the mic up a little bit higher so everybody can hear. What did you think of this course?
Oh my gosh, this course was gnarly. I mean, it was probably the toughest race I've ever done. But it also, Michelle did a phenomenal job. Like, you can tell she put a lot of thought in, like, planning it and all the courses and stuff. So it was amazing, but then it was crazy too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Those kind of conditions are ever going to happen again for a national championship race. I mean, this was the first hurricane in 50 years to hit West Virginia, and so with the strength that it did, so that's absolutely insane. What were your highlights from the race?
Gosh, I'm trying to think. I would say the mountain biking. I mean, that was probably my highlight doing it. It was a beautiful course. I loved it. Like the trails and everything. I mean, it was a little bit muddy, but if it hadn't been muddy, I mean, I'm pretty sure they would be beautiful.
Yeah. Zach, what about you?
Yeah, so racing in the southeast, like all of the ground cover is thorns and gnarly bushes that just attach themselves to you. So like walking through the enchanted forest with like no ground cover but moss, like just absolutely gorgeous. That was super cool.
And I mean, I don't know how you top finishing this race with a broken hand and doing that, but go ahead and give us your.
Wasn't the highlight. Wasn't the highlight.
I doubt that. Yeah.
This race pushed me to do things I didn't even think I was possible of doing. Maybe finishing with a broken hand was one of them, but just mountain bike things I never thought I would go over or not go over.
Well, I think the first
trek
race
was crazy.
The first race that we raced together was Hogback.
Yeah.
And I remember the conversation about like, oh my God, I don't know about this mountain biking. And
terrifying.
like the fear and the fact that you not only overcame that and got here to the national championship, raced a extremely hard bike course and did it in one hand. It still baffles me, but sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but like, I just know where this started. And so to see you here right now, you should be extremely proud of this accomplishment.
Well, thank you.
You know, it's awesome. Listen, I'm not going to keep you guys from going and getting warm and getting showers and clean clothes. But hopefully we'll see you at the awards here in a little bit. Thank you guys for being out here. Let's get another one, another howl for the Moonhowlers. Ow, ow, ow! All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Doug.
Yep. Let's catch up with the other Rootstock, all teams. Britt, out there. How was it?
I don't. It was we had a bunch of time estimates, and then we got that first trek much quicker than we thought. So okay, well, we're just gonna go get all the bike points. So we had a good route planned for it, and that was a long bike section because we biked till dark, through dark.
Yeah, it's like a 9-hour bike section, I think.
Yeah, it rained, a lot, and so we were still clearing. We got in the bogs, and it was insanity. So we didn't. We in there, I'm like, I don't know, and then it just kept spiraling from there, and
you guys made a navigation decision early on that I think was very different than a lot of teams. Let's come over here just a little bit. Points 8, 9, and 10.
Yeah.
You guys took a very different route that I think than most teams. Talk to me about the thought process of that, because you knew these trails.
You could reroute that way. So I knew that if you went up one of the Beaver Dam trails, you were not going to have a good time. So we walked some of the up in Ski Hill. We attacked the top, and then we just came down. And rather than try to ride part way down a black trail and then come back up, we just bike whack down, or we walk down and walk back up. And
It paid off really well.
It seemed like it did how we came through the field.
It was one of those key things that we actually noted in our analysis. Congratulations, you guys absolutely crushed it. And listen, you guys did you know where you stood in the race compared to other racers?
No idea.
No idea. You were just like, we're going hard. It doesn't matter.
We don't know what kind of points anyone else
We're just
has.
going. We might have lost the video, but we still have the audio. So that was, you guys absolutely, it was a master class, because you really had, this was a crazy strong competitive field.
Yeah.
You guys were literally in second or third place overall the entire race.
So wild.
The entire race. And
we did not think that.
you had no idea.
Maybe we're top 6. Like, that would be great. Wow.
Yeah, you guys were in second or third place the whole time.
We didn't find 25 or 26. We were like, our race is over.
Yeah, we got stuck in the bogs. Down in the road.
That's where you never know in a race like this, right? And Ben Racing had a mechanical really early on and had to pull from the race. FLX had a mechanical early on and had to pull from the race. So, like, everything has to go right, and you have to get lucky, and you have to make bold choices like you guys did with, 8, 9, and 10.
Yeah.
So.
And we rode a little conservatively because we did not want to have issues with the bikes, because it's also pouring down rain. Like, conditions are terrible. If you need to work on your bike in that, it's awful.
When's the last time you did an adventure race in a hurricane?
Never. That was a pretty epic experience. Yeah.
So now let's check that off the list.
It's one of the most technical riding we've ever had, also, and it was awesome.
Well, listen, the women's field in this race was absolutely stacked. You guys, it didn't matter because you guys are going to be in the overall standings. We don't know exactly where it is at this point because there's still a lot of processing behind the scenes. But congratulations, you guys had an amazing race. Hope you're super proud. And we were definitely proud of you. Good job, guys. Yeah, get that photo.
Right, exactly. They're all going to be here.
Excuse me, ma'am. We need to bring you guys over here. Brent, come on. We're for everybody. What the heck was it? Yes. Listen, we had a great video of you guys starting the bike after that long trek section, which we were watching CP21 attempt.
Yeah. We need to go back and watch CP21 to see what happened. We still don't know.
So I think what happened is you guys went up into the first kind of re-entrant, almost got high enough, and then decided to go a little bit north, and then maybe thought that it was the next like ridge around, or like, and we were watching going, man, that must have been thick. And then when we saw your video,
Rhododendron for days.
I mean, we all know Michelle loves rhododendron.
Yeah, I think we had a great race. That trek was our undoing.
Yeah.
We had a great race, and that we had a great time together.
Well, and listen, how were the conditions, right? Because like this race was hard. How did the conditions play into that?
I think it definitely made, especially the biking this afternoon or morning, a little slower. It was pretty muddy, but for us, we were out pretty early on the bike, kind of ahead of most of the field.
On the first bike.
On the first bike, so the mud wasn't as bad as I'm sure it was for later teams.
Some of the other teams,
down.
yeah. You guys made some bold choices early, like for window's sake. How did that end up playing out? I mean, obviously, the trek didn't end up turning out the way that it was, but were you still happy with the decisions that you made strategically?
Yeah, so we had kind of come up with a couple places where we could drop. One of them was those 3 points on the bike, and the other one was the first 3 points on the track. In hindsight, even if we had nailed the trek, it would have taken us longer. But based on our team collective strengths, we thought we would, do better on and enjoy the football.
Yeah.
You win some, you lose some.
Right. Congratulations. Rootstock was definitely represented well. We're going to try to catch up with the all-female team.
They deserve
Great
it.
job, guys.
Thanks,
Congratulations. Good to have you guys out here. All right, let's. So here, I'm going to give you the mic, and you guys just pass it around, answer whoever wants to. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
You guys had an amazing race.
It was hit or miss.
Oh no! Listen, this course was difficult, and it was a really stacked field, and you guys were consistently up at the top of the rankings. And we don't know exactly where everything finished out with the bonuses and the finger sticks. And, did you know where you were in the scheme of things?
We knew coming out of leg one that we were in really good shape. We were bouncing back and forth with Bend and WEDALI and teams like that, and we were loving life at that point.
Yeah.
Then leg two was an incredibly long bike leg that I think we slowly fell behind some of those lead teams. So coming into TA2, I don't really know where we were relative to other teams.
Well, and so you mentioned Bend, and I'll share with you, like after 10, they had a mechanical, and they ended up having to withdraw from the race after 10. So you're probably like, well, we were right with them. Where are they, right? You're not seeing them anymore. They ended up coming back here. I think they're actually out clearing between 2 and 3 right now after people are out there. Have you ever raced in these kind of conditions before? I mean, first of all, let me preface that it was a hurricane. That was the remnants of Hurricane Helene that came through the south, blew up here really fast. Have you ever raced in a hurricane before?
Not in a hurricane. No.
How was that? Because it was constant, right?
I don't know how my bike made it back. It was making noises I've never heard before, but it made it somehow. I was definitely I usually never get cold in a race, and I got cold a couple times last night and had to shuffle around clothing. So
the wind didn't help, right? The wind was whipping the entire time. Did you guys feel that in the forest and like on the single track?
I was afraid of like branches that were just like randomly falling every once in a while. So that was probably the scariest part.
Okay.
And hopefully not a tree, but.
How? So we talked a little bit in the coverage of what we expected as far as darkness out there, because like we had some video kind of at dusk where you could see that it was going to be really thick in those woods. Those woods were thick. How was that going through those sections? Come on, grab the mic.
Well, I mostly just try to follow them. It got challenging because like it was actually hard to see them at some points because the undergrowth was so thick.
Yeah.
I think one of the first with the fog actually is part of what made it really hard to find the checkpoints. Because your lights, your headlamp reflects off
of the fog. Yeah, you can only see a few feet in front of you. And if you turn it up, like generally at night, if you turn it up, you can see the checkpoint further away because you get a reflection or whatever. You're not getting that in that fog. So it probably was much more challenging.
There were a couple we decided to just forego, yeah.
Well, listen, I think that route choice and making strategic decisions like that, we're going to see how it plays out, but it'll be interesting to see how the final standings end up like coming through. You guys are definitely go get a shower. I'm not saying anything. I'm not trying to say that they stink or anything, but definitely get something to eat. Congratulations, fantastic race, national championship race. That really live up to the name, right?
Absolutely.
Good job, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
No problem. Hi, girls. Did you guys get to ride some of the trails?
Yeah.
How were they?
Muddy and slippery.
Did you have fun though?
Yes.
Yeah. What was the best part of riding the trails? Downhill, uphill.
I like the downhills when it's a little bit smoother.
Okay.
I love the uphills.
Yeah. See, look, they're like they definitely take after their dad because I'm sure he blazes away from everybody else on that time. What was it like watching your dad go out here and crush this course?
I don't know.
You don't know? Are you proud of him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you guys gonna How long is it gonna be before we see you at a national championship race?
I don't really know.
You want to be out here racing? Yeah? All right. Well, they're laying the gauntlet down just like their dad did on Facebook pre-race. And we look forward to seeing you guys out here. Thanks, guys. Game 5. All right. So there you have it. The Spangler ladies taking after their dad and showing everybody what it's about.
REV3 Endurance competition team.
I know you're live. I mean, you listen. This is truly the adventure racing experience right here. Here, you got to talk into the mic when we talk. How was the race?
It was epic. It was challenging. It was very adventurous. It was wet. It was muddy. It was spectacular, actually. It was frustrating. But it was a good race. I'm glad I did it.
And what's unique about your experience is you came here to race with one team and ended up racing with another. Tell us about that and what ended up happening.
Well, one of my teammates actually ended up with a tooth abscess.
Oh, gosh.
And so her and Angel and Barbara decided to help her and take her to a dentist to get some antibiotics, which they did.
Yeah, you got to get that taken care of.
And I knew Tim and Chris didn't have a third.
Yeah.
So I asked them if they would, let me race with them, and they said yes.
Who would mind you racing with them? Because I don't know who would. So you race under Full Spectrum Racing, right?
Yep.
Have you raced in these kind of conditions before?
Oh, yeah.
Because I know you've done a ton of racing. And we talked pre-race about the women's field that was in this race and how spectacular it was. Come on in, Tim. We're talking to your teammate. You can sit back here. Sit by the heat. Oh, no, that's fine. Listen, you guys got to eat. We're not here to stop you from eating. The women representation in this race was absolutely amazing. It's inspiring to see, and I hope that this changes all future races out there, not just national championship races. What does that mean to you, having been in the sport for so long and seeing the growth of women in AR?
It was really exciting to see all of the women picking up their maps and all the teams getting together. And I thought, this is the first. I've never seen so many women racing. So it was really exciting, and it's a great future for us women.
And I can't wait to see the podium tonight, because if our calculations were correct going into this, we might see 2 all-female teams on the overall podium.
No way.
Yeah.
Nice.
Which is absolutely, they absolutely crushed it. Rootstock all-female and Women of AR,
Women are AR.
both had amazing races. And so there's still some calculations that are being done, and obviously all the finger checkpoints that are going to go in, and all the bonus CPs for the windows. How did you guys? What was your attack plan? Kind of going into this.
Clear it.
Yeah.
That was the plan. That was the plan. Clear it until
you got to talk into the mic when you talk.
The plan was clear it until we knew that we couldn't, and we figured that would happen at some point. But we knew that we were never going to clear it if you don't have the mindset from the beginning that you plan to clear it. So
and at what point did that change?
Pretty quickly.
In the first window.
Pretty quickly in the first window.
That ABC was horrendous.
It took a little while to find A, and then we overshot B by a lot, and we spent a lot of time in there, and we just decided we're going to lose so much time. I think in hindsight, the bonus points would have been worth going back and losing time and cutting out other points
and getting
later.
that extra, yeah.
But the judgment's a little off, and
the conditions didn't help with that either, right? Like, you're just thinking, I got to move forward because it's going to get slower and slower as we continue on. And I mean, listen, now you can check off racing in a hurricane off the bucket list.
That's the first. I haven't raced in a hurricane.
See, look at that. I mean, and tell hold on, speaking of...
no, I haven't raced in a hurricane before.
Well, that was Hurricane Helene, came through, first hurricane in West Virginia in 50 years. And you got to race in it.
Yeah, no, that is a first.
So,
I did.
Here's your third.
Sorry, I had to sit down for a minute. Hey, Chris.
No.
This is Chris.
Oh, hi.
Chris, did you have a good race? Did you have fun at any point?
Type 2.
Yes?
Yeah, type 2.
Okay.
Maybe
Type
some
2 is...
type 3.
Okay.
During the rain, the bike trek, the bike leg, that was type 3.
Well, so we had, obviously we were up here at elevation and the rain and we're not moving around. Were you able to stay warm? Because I know wet and cold is miserable.
It was mostly just keep moving as much as we can. And when we got to one of the TAs, I got to change and warm up a little bit.
Yeah.
And it was just mostly just try to keep moving. That's all we really kind of did.
Yeah, I mean, you had temperature regulation is so challenging because it's like you stop, you get cold, you stop and you get cold, you move and you heat up, and so you got to be changing layers. So I think all of us have different strategies. I use arm warmers, I can pull up and down and that kind of thing. But there were times it was pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah.
It was definitely uncomfortable. And I mean, on top of the rain, we had a bunch of points where we had to wade through waist deep water multiple times. Brenda took a spill, almost got swept away in the creek at one point. So, yeah.
Well, guys, listen, I'm going to let you go finish eating, get warmed up. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Epic course, epic day. You guys did a great job. Full spectrum racing, everybody. First of all, congratulations.
Yeah, hang out with me, Anna.
I know. How are you guys feeling?
We are tired. We both cried when you're tired. I'm telling you. We both cried at the end. So yeah.
Well, you just saw me. I'm crying in interviews, and I didn't even race because, listen, if you're not passionate about this and you don't appreciate the magnitude of what you guys just did, why are you out here? How was the course? I think it's still processing because it's tough.
Yeah, it was really tough. It was definitely demoralizing at sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially the bike leg when it was pouring rain and the whole trail was just mud. So it seemed like it would be a really fun trail to ride if it wasn't muddy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was not. I did not enjoy that.
Hey, listen, it's
not
honest,
enjoy.
right? Like those conditions and that course. This was a hard course anyway, but given the conditions, have you ever raced in anything even close to those conditions?
Ooh. Yeah, I've done some races in those conditions. So like the mud in particular, you can just like feel your bike cringing, every time you pedal, and then you start hearing the brakes, and it just, our poor bikes. It's just, our bikes are sorry they ever met us for sure. So I'm always thinking about the bikes, but yeah, I've done some pretty gross races for sure. So, but I run really cold, so I'm constantly, my teammates are always like rolling their eyes because I'm like, I need to take something off, I need to put something on, and I need to have it exactly right because then I'm a big baby about that stuff. So,
when everybody has different expectations when they come into the race, right? The WEDALIs of the world, they come in thinking, I'm going to clear this course, I'm going to go out and we want to win. What was your mindset going into the race, and did you accomplish what you came out here to do?
I'm pretty sure our only goal was to finish. I mean, national championships, that's like, and we knew, we love Michelle and know the race was going to be really awesome and challenging. And so I'm psyched whenever I finish, honestly. And I had raced nationals last year and didn't have a great outcome. It was an awesome time, but we didn't quite get the outcome we wanted. We had a DNF on that one. So with different teammates, but so I was hoping to come back and do it bigger and better, which worked out, and we came in half an hour before the race, the cutoff.
That's a win.
And, yeah, so that was pretty good. We were worried there for a minute, but it was all right. So
I think everybody was coming back up the mountain.
Yeah, it's hard to have a race where that basically the biggest effort is the last thing you have to do, because then all day it's all you can think about. That was nerve-wracking.
Yeah, go ahead.
So one of the things about the weather and stuff is that we talked about is usually you don't ride your mountain bike if it's muddy, so you don't have that experience, which is kind of something that we were we don't have much experience because we've always we protect trails, we don't ride when it's muddy, and so then this kind of thing where it's actually you do for this special event,
right?
It's just weird because I'm just not used to riding in mud because I always don't ride in mud.
Yeah, because you don't want to tear up the trails and destroy them. What was your highlight for the race?
I know mine. Do you want me to go?
Yeah.
I know that's a deep question after a 30-hour race.
My highlight was when the sun came up this morning, and I really like misty, ethereal conditions, and so the sun came out, and so there was all these sunbeams coming through the mist, and we were looking at all these farms and stuff, and I was losing my mind. I was just it's fall, it's misty, it's the sun's coming through. I was just oh my God, this is awesome all the time, over and over again. And that's not an exaggeration. So.
Well, I think it's important to remind yourself of those beauties, right? Sometimes we're so stuck in the suffering of the race that you don't take those times and moments to think about them. So that's important to do. What was your... You could say ditto. I mean, because we were looking forward to that as well, because we knew after the first day, the initial day, it was going to be hard.
I think for me, it was kind of like the sun coming up, but it was just that the sun came up and I still felt good. I was still mentally there, and I was I felt like I was still able to function at a high level.
Yeah.
And I was oh, I can still do this.
Yep.
I've got a few more hours and I can do them. I'm not I'm not ready to fall asleep yet. I don't know that I can. I think we're on adrenaline now.
Heck yeah.
So.
Well, listen, congratulations. Epic national championship race. Hope to see you guys at the next one.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you guys for joining us.
Yeah.
Everybody off Corso. Nick.
Doug.
Woo! What a course.
Yeah. It was wet and wild, and it was fun, though.
Yeah.
The mountain biking, I'd say the whole first half of the race, the mountain biking was phenomenal. Like, even in the rain, it was awesome. And all the hills at the end, not as much.
Not as much?
Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, listen, you guys are strong and fast. How much did strategy play into your race of what you plan to do, and then did you have to adjust?
At the beginning, we saw that we could clear all, but finally, after three checkpoints, it was not possible because the navigation, it was too hard. So
that first window, right? That ABC window.
Yeah, we checked the first window, but we finally at the track 2, I did a mistake and a wrong direction, so we had to skip 3 checkpoints, and finally I think it was a good choice because we discussed each other about this skip, and I think it was a good choice. But to clear it was impossible for us.
There was one team to clear the whole course. Yep. One team to clear the whole course. Everybody else had to take, obviously strategic decisions on which places to skip. If you skip a bonus area, if you skip a couple points somewhere instead of the bonus area and still cash in. How did you guys handle the weather conditions?
I mean, with the weather, there's nothing you can do. You can just embrace it. So that's basically what we did. I think we loved it. Or I personally loved it. I love the fact that the first day it was as it was.
As bad as it was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. And that the
second, it can only get better, right?
Yeah, it really changed. I think it gave like a lot of like a surprise aspect to the race, and like you were saying, we have to readjust the whole thing. Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's all about adjusting on the fly and being able to do that. We were talking about how math is hard in an adventure race when you're trying to figure out how many more points can I get, how much time is left, how many miles are left, how long is it going to take us to do this at this elevation. How much of that was done on the fly after having to adjust?
The whole thing? I think, yeah, the whole thing.
They're winging it, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty much, kind of like we do here on our live show. We just wing it and let it go.
Yeah, like the terrain just varied so much with speed. I mean, sometimes you're flying for 10, 20K, and then other times it's like you're barely moving for a kilometer, you know? And so...
Did you guys know where your main competition was in the all-male field at any time during the race?
We kept bumping into each other, but nobody had any idea who skipped what. Like, we don't know what... We have no idea how we did.
I don't know. Can you pull up the all-male? And this is obviously
Who
unofficial.
won, by the way?
We don't know.
Mary and them won.
Mary and them won. They were the only team to clear overall.
They cleared all windows, too?
All windows. They cleared everything.
Oh, my God.
Who
took second?
So those kind of things are still kind of up in the air because these are the unofficial based off the geo,
Oh,
circles.
yeah.
So once all the CPs and the bonuses all get figured out, they'll figure out who the work. But listen, some of the I don't know if you guys got to race with the Rootstock all-female team at all or the women of AR, but man, they were super strong.
Good.
The entire race. Here's you guys' kind of trek. Any big navigational issues? I mean, obviously you talked about a mistake during that trek section. That trail, like we had video of it. Insane. Like it didn't even look like a trail. It looked like you're just walking through the woods, and occasionally you'd see like a blaze, on the thing. So
yeah, there was a lot. Romain did most of the navving, and then around 1 a.m. I took over on foot at night. Yeah, and like I mean, we all were like, I made mistakes, he made mistakes, but other times you just hit something dead on. We did a couple where just dead
You're
on.
like,
Perfect.
there it is. Hey, yeah.
The bog, yeah, anything in a bog we nailed like right on.
Like it was at night. We were like just trying to find it, and then after I don't know how many minutes, we just get there. We're like, like the water is up to our knees, and then Nick says, "Well, the checkpoint should be there," and then he just points, and there it
was. You're like, I meant to do that completely.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome, guys. Like, listen, this was an epic course. It definitely lived up to the national championship name, right? Like, this was not an easy thing. You had to make strategic choices. You guys did a great job. You should be very proud of what you did. I got to see your world championship teammates, Royal Elks, come through. They had a great race, made some strategic decisions early on, how to blast. I mean, how can you not have a blast with Shelly on your team? And so I think all of you got a really good tune-up going into Worlds. Glad you guys were out here. Did you guys have fun?
A lot of fun, yeah.
A lot of fun. Thank you guys for coming up here. Have you got? Well, I saw you eating some. Go get a hot shower. We'll see you at the awards.
Can I have your room key?
At 6. I mean, yeah. Oh no. Do you need it though? I mean, seriously.
Yeah, we don't waste a shower.
Don't be dirtying up my room.
You're amazing. Where are you staying?
334 right in here, Allegheny. Nobody sees that. Don't be 334. If you go up and go in the main door, ask them how to get to 334, and
upstairs.
It's upstairs. It's on the opposite side, like you're actually overlooking the ski, the ski lift area. Yeah, get a shower.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm not saying you need it, but luckily people can't smell you on TV. Thanks, guys. First of all, congratulations, ladies.
Thank you.
We talked to you guys beforehand. First race together.
Yes.
How was it?
I think it went really well. Like, surprisingly well.
Everybody's smiling. Nobody's like, I'm not going and sitting on that chair next to you. So, like, if you can survive 30 hours together on a course like this in conditions like this.
30 and a half.
30 and a half, okay. But when you can survive that, I mean, is this a future team that we're seeing?
I'd race with them again, yeah.
That's awesome.
No planning in 48 hours, right?
Yeah. There was nothing catastrophic, nothing like major meltdown. We have our struggles, that's kind of what happens. But there was like no major tiffs, which is really shocking for 3 strangers coming together to do this.
Yeah. Well, coming together to do such an epic thing, right? Like, this was not a normal course. These were not normal conditions. How did you lean on each other, during this to really have the success that you did?
Yeah, so we're all newer to adventure racing. We're in maybe our second seasons-ish, and so we didn't know it wasn't a normal course. So the expectations were high, and I feel like we rose to them to the best of our ability. I feel like we relied on each other mostly by just respecting if one person needed something, the team needed that. So no questions asked, whatever you need, let's do it. Let's get you there.
And I think that is a model for anybody that's looking to put a team together, right? Like, if you go out and do like an orienteering event, you're probably doing it by yourself, right? Like learning how to do this. But when you start putting together a team, you really have to think about that team mindset, and that takes precedent over everything else. And if you don't, then everything else gets harder and more difficult and worse mentally. So that's awesome that you guys went into this with that mentality. I mean, I saw you guys working on the maps ahead of time. That's hard to do when not knowing where other people's strengths and weaknesses are. In this kind of race with these kind of conditions, how often did you have to pick each other up? Because everybody goes through bad spots in a race like this, right?
I was going to joke and say it was every 5 minutes, like, so we just took turns like a merry-go-round, but it seemed like when one person went down, the other 2 picked up, and yeah, over the course of time, we took turns, not by choice, but that when someone needed a hand up, there was always a hand to lift them.
That's awesome. Talk about your highlight of the race. Like, what was a highlight for you?
For me, it was that we chose to get a CP that was the 28, the shallow reentrant, and we decided to go down, and multiple teams went by us and said they didn't even bother with it, and we got it.
Heck yeah.
So that was like our big dopamine hit. We were like, yeah, we got this.
Can I add, I was navigating that leg, and they decided we were getting 28.
So they convinced you, like, look, if we don't get this, it's your fault because you're the navigator right there. I like that. Like, pass the buck.
We actually got all the CPs we aimed for. Like, so that is a highlight for me, that every single one that we decided we're going to do it, we got it.
And that kind of leads me to my next question, which was, you know, you set goals ahead of them, and obviously, like, with new teammates, not knowing what to expect on a course like this, what were the expectations, and then did you meet them? Because, I mean, it sounds like you did. You're all smiling, maybe walking a little hard. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to give you a mic. Make sure when you talk that it's close, because we've got loudness going on behind you.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, you're getting it first.
We were sitting in back because we didn't want the mic.
No, that doesn't happen. No, one person doesn't get to speak here. This is a team effort all day. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
How was it out there?
It was very tough. I think mentally the weather made it tough, and the mud and the wind. But it was a good challenge.
Well, I mean, at least it's not like once you got out there, then it started happening. It was happening when you started right here. As soon as you walked out of the map rooms, you knew that
we knew what we were in for.
What you were in for, yeah. And then it just never stopped.
No.
How were the trails out there? Because we've heard different things depending on route choices and when you went to different places. Did you have places that were worse than others? And you're like,
all the gravel roads were pretty okay, but the single track was a total mess.
Yeah.
Like soppy, muddy, just nasty, slippery routes, that kind of thing. I went over the handlebars twice.
Oh gosh.
Which is, I guess, become an average thing for me to do. At the longest day, I just did the same thing, or at the Hardfall, I just did the same thing. So yeah.
Well, tell me a highlight from the race, because we're not asking anybody lowlights of the course, because I think the majority of people are going to talk about the fact that it was the weather, like kicking you in the teeth. What was a highlight?
I was riding the struggle bus most of the race, so the highlight was getting to the top and seeing the village and rolling in here. That was the top thing. Finally getting to the end, because there were many times where I wasn't sure if we were going to.
Well, and in a race like this, you're so far out, like you've got to make it back, and then you've got to climb up to the top up here. Was that in the back of your head? And when did that start kicking in, like, crap, we've got to go all the way back up?
I think it took longer than we thought it was going to. And we got up here and we're like, oh, we're going to have plenty of time. We started going and I don't know how much time we're going to have.
Yeah.
So it was, for me anyways, it was like once we really got into climbing the mountain, it was like, oh, this is a lot more than I thought it was going to be. This is a real thing.
So were the check marks under Michelle with "it's not that bad," or were they under Liz under "what the hell"?
It was under "what the hell."
That's right,
for sure.
I can't wait to see the overall tally. We've had a couple that was both. There was times when it was this and times that it was that. But I think the majority have been of "what the hell."
I think until the sun came up this morning, it was what the hell, and then the rest of the day today was not that bad.
We hoped that, the fact that it was clear blue skies and beautiful this morning, that would buoy teams after a day of just constant rain. And was it driving rain out there, or was it just the miserable, foggy?
Definitely the first bike. When we went up on the the top of the mountain there, and it was very exposed. It was driving rain and driving wind. It almost felt like it was going to tip you right over on your bike.
Wow.
124 coming in.
Well, listen, this was a crazy course. You got to race in a hurricane, so if you've never done that before, check it off. You guys did a great job. You should be really proud of what you did. We look forward to seeing you at another race. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate it, guys. Good. How are you guys feeling? Congratulations. Thank you. What an amazing race. Really awesome. Make sure you talk into the mic so everybody can hear you, because obviously it's loud as teams are coming in behind. First of all, I want you to remind everybody at home why you were racing and why this race was so important.
So this race was a tribute to our National War College classmates who have passed away or are struggling with cancer. Our classmate June, our classmate Kim, and most recently our classmate Juan Cardenas, who just passed away. And then our teammate that was going to race with us today, Dan Deptula, at the last minute having. Hi Dan.
Hi, Dan.
He had brain surgery to remove his a glioblastoma, and he had some chemotherapy and radiation, so he couldn't race on Team Wanderlust National War College. But he was here in spirit, and we're very thankful to have had Kim come and fill in his place.
So first of all, Kim, I think it's just an amazing story. You came here to volunteer. You get thrown in to a national championship race that is probably one of the toughest national championship races, and the weather was ridiculous. Knowing the why of this, tell us about what this meant to you.
So, I've known Dan for many years, and he's just such a dear friend, mentor, and really he's part of the family. Everything we do with our racing teams, he actually got me into adventure racing. And so to be able to be here and celebrate him and honor him, like, I'm gonna cry. I'm an ugly crier, sorry, but
I'm probably gonna cry too, just watching her cry. Damn it!
But we I think there was one point on the trail that I was like, oh, I mean, these two are amazing racers. They're amazing riders, and they just waited for me. And I was like, if you guys want, I could just drop out and you can be a 2-person male team. And they were like, no. And so then it was really at that point I said, I came here for a reason. I'm going to finish this race. And I'm going to finish it with these two guys because they asked me to be on the team. So that's really what it meant. It's
and because Dan, listen, this means a lot. I got choked up just hearing your story yesterday. And obviously I'm getting choked up again. Damn it. Don't tell my wife. She knows this is probably happening anyway. This means a lot to everybody. This race, it's a national championship race. It's a big deal. That was a hard course.
Yeah.
The conditions did not help. We talked a lot about knowing the why, right? How did the why help you guys push through this?
Well, like we said, we had 4 or 5 people that were surrounding us and encouraging us on, even though they weren't with us. We carried them from the very start. And I would tell you personally, I found that some sections of this course were, I think, above my skill level in many respects. We leaned on each other, we helped each other, but at the same time, we wanted to do it for people who have suffered more under different circumstances, and it was the least we could do to come together. And we're going to finish this race, and we're going to finish it on time, right? And we're going to go back and make them proud that we did this as a gesture that would make them feel happy, enthusiastic, and give them some hope and some happiness. Sometimes it's a rare thing these days for people going through cancer.
It is. Guys, you have a lot to be proud of. That was a hell of a course and a hell of an execution. Really proud of you guys. Dan, this one was definitely for you. Thank you guys for joining us. Go get something to eat and drink, and I got to get hugs before.
Yeah, can I get you some tissues?
Thank you so much.
Mind the fire.
Oh, yeah, I know, right?
Hey.
Good job, guys.
Thank you.
Good job.
Take care. Thank you.
Well, that looked a little ginger.
Yeah, I'm a little sore.
I mean, it's not like you just, went hundreds of miles over some of the hardest terrain and worst conditions possible.
Yeah, probably the hardest course ever. Probably the hardest course ever.
Yeah.
This was my 5th nationals, and this was killer.
Yeah?
Yeah, really hard. Really hard. Really sore.
Well, and you guys were kind of unique because you had a new addition at last minute. When did you join the team?
I joined the team Wednesday evening.
So just so everybody knows, like we started 30 hours ago, and you guys met like 72 hours ago as teammates. How was that?
You know, these men are wonderful. I mean, they really took care of me. I was a little whiny at times. But this is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, and I would have never had this opportunity if it weren't for these two men and someone who got hurt. I don't want to say that, but he was helping me. He helped me pack my bag and made sure that I was ready.
Mark.
Yeah, Mark.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, that's this community, right? Like this is why we're all out here, to lift each other up. As you're out there on the course, like nobody's saying like you suck or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's all like your effort is your effort, and everybody is out here for different reasons. Talk about those reasons, because if you don't have the why of why you're out here, when you walk out of that door from the cozy, warm map room and you get punched in the face with the weather, you could easily turn back around and just go back up to your room and be like, I'll just watch the tracker.
Right.
So what was your why for this?
Yeah, so, I was one of the original watched Eco Challenge and, was interested in finding out more about it and then started racing as a result of it. But I think once I became a racer, it was a whole different ballgame in terms of sports for me, in terms of like, I'm a competitive person by nature. And it was just like this really, I think, a healthy competition. Like you said, like there's a unity, there's a community of adventure racers that just really fit for me. But I think there's a whole like push yourself, I often tell people who ask me about adventure racing why I'm into it, and I say it's a metaphor for life. And you're going to be, sometimes during life you're pushed and you need support around you, right? You can be successful when you have a community around you. We sometimes doubt ourselves, and you have to get in your head and push that away and say, no, you can do it. And having teammates who can also say, no, you can do it, keep pressing. Because when you race these long races, of course, at some point, we told Vicky this, there's going to be a point where you're going to say, why did I do this?
Why are we
I want
still
to quit.
out here?
Let's go back to the lodge.
Yeah.
And, having that experience of pushing yourself and supporting your teammates, I think, among like a million other reasons, is what keeps me coming back for adventure races.
I say a lot of times with adventure racing, winning looks different to everybody.
Yeah.
Because all your goals are different, right? Like, the way I live my life is I set my goals so extremely high that even when I fall short of my goals, usually it's above where most people's goals are, right? So I rarely attain my goals because I set them so high and I drive myself to be, that's adventure racing, right? Like most people are not saying, I'm going to come out here to this 30-hour national championship race and I'm just going to go through the motions. Like you're coming out here to put yourself through it and to push yourself and find yourself and find those limits. Some days you do, right? And some days the result is maybe I don't finish because I pushed too hard.
Yep.
And then other days, you got medals around your neck, guys, on a truly epic 30-hour day.
Mm-hmm.
That was an amazing course and ridiculous weather. Let's talk about the weather because you talked about that, like, how much did that play into this being the hardest course you've ever done?
Yeah, I think the wind, the mud, the rain, it hit us from every angle. If it wasn't raining, it was super windy. Trees came down, they were blocking the trails, and we were worried, is one going to come down on us?
Yeah.
You never know. So, it was a safety factor. It definitely slowed us down at the beginning, and just made everything so many degrees harder.
The good thing about how thick those forests are is usually if a tree would come down, it's probably hitting other ones before it hits you.
We didn't want all of them to come down like dominoes.
right. And we knew about like how dark it was going to be because of the weather. How was that going at night, in the fog, in the rain, in the dark.
That was very challenging. I was afraid that I was going to twist an ankle or something, when we were going through like the Allegheny Trail at night. That was a challenge for me. But
Mike Garrison brought us a video of the Allegheny Trail, and I was watching it for the first time, and I was like, that is not a trail. That is just an Allegheny mountain that you have to figure out with a blaze every once in a while. Like, that did not look like a trail. Yes. So listen, you guys should be extremely proud. The fact that you came together last minute is even more special. I hope you really cherish this. It was awesome watching you guys. Say it.
So when you first interviewed us on, the day before on Thursday, right? I'm losing track of time.
It feels like forever ago, right?
I said our goal was, finish mid-pack, and I have no idea how we even did, but I said, and with smiles on our face, and I think we achieved that goal. So, 100%.
And listen, that is winning, right?
It's winning.
That is winning. The podiums don't matter. I feel like a rock star. Right? Like, you just did the hardest thing you've ever done, right? And now you get to go home and bask in that, right? And listen, at the end of the day, when your friends that don't do adventure races ask you what you did this weekend, and you're like, I kicked my own ass for 30 hours and I loved it, that is winning. Thank you guys for joining us. Great job and congratulations. All right, good evening. We are here after the conclusion of the United States Adventure Racing Association National Championship. Ladies, I'm joined by Steel Wolves. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to say that Steel Wolves probably got their most money's worth of anybody else out there on the course because it was a challenge getting back in here for you guys. Let's start with the race overall. Did you guys have a good time?
Yeah, definitely had a good time. There was a lot of challenges to face, some that we have never faced before, like broken equipment, trees falling on bikes, having to push your bike for 12 hours because it breaks in the middle of a leg. No big deal. That was
no big deal.
And lots of smiles and stuff like that. It was fun to have to deal with all of that and then still be with a team and who was, we had a good time. We laughed and dealt with the stress because that was a lot, but it was amazing too. It's beautiful scenery.
Well, I think that's, that goes to the heart of adventure racing, right? Is like adapt and overcome and figure out how to make the best of a shitty situation. And it sounds like you guys did that. I heard stories because I already talked to Broad Run Off-Road. And I heard, and they were like, oh yeah, we gave our bike to someone. And I was like, did you give a bike to Megan?
Yes.
So tell me what happened with that.
Yeah, so we were riding and I went to go pedal on an uphill and we'd been cruising down hills and just flowing and it was fine. And then all of a sudden I went to go pedal up out of a creek and the pedal went and I smacked face first into my handlebars and it just wasn't pretty. And I was like, okay, what's going on? Tried again. Not good. So we played with it. It took us a while to figure out what was going on. And we had several teams actually come and try to help us because it took a minute, but a whole hub was broken. So
so the whole mechanism that spins around and gives you the propulsion forward.
No propulsion.
Okay, so as teammates and knowing that like you're only as strong as the slowest person, or in this case, someone who has a bike malfunction, what are you guys thinking at this point? Because I mean, how early in the race was this?
It was early. It was in the first bike leg and the first quarter of the first bike leg. So if she's going to push her bike, then we're going to push our bikes. And so we pushed bikes for hours and hours and hours and hours.
And hours.
And hours. And teams would see us and then they would go get checkpoints, which we were obviously not going to get in this situation. And we were just like pushing through onto the next TA and they would like go get checkpoints and then come back and then see us like on the main trail and they'd be like,
you guys are still pushing? We're like,
What else are we going to do at this point, right?
well, one guy actually said, I thought you were going to call someone to pick you up.
Well, and I will tell you, so Bend Racing, so they went 8, 9, 10, and right after 10, they had a part break in their bike, and they turned and came back and didn't finish. So a lot of teams at a quarter into the race would have pulled the plug, but not you guys. Talk about how you make that decision. I mean, because it's not like this is a beautiful Friday afternoon that we're talking about. Like, you guys are getting soaked, you're wet, it's muddy, like the worst conditions that you could possibly be racing in, and now you're making this decision. So what went into that?
Yeah, so I'll tell you a secret. Like, we were walking into TA2, and my plan was to call it quits right then.
Oh, so this is the first time they're hearing that, probably.
Yeah.
The truth comes out.
But it's awesome to be surrounded by like people who just don't quit. And like when we started having the conversation at the TA, like the idea of quitting never came up. And like,
so you're like, I'm not going to be the first one to raise my hand.
Yeah, like we figured out solutions for the bikes and decided to press on. And
so I think what's super funny about that is Jeff and I were talking most of the day yesterday about the fact that when you guys came out of the map room where it was nice and warm and cozy, and you came out to the weather that slapped you in the face and was like, this is not going to quit anytime soon, that's when we would have already been having the conversation of, we're probably not going to go out there and do this. And so you guys are in the middle of that. Have the perfect reason to not continue. And then you just kept going. And I think that speaks a lot to the resolve of this team that landed you in the national championships to begin with, right? And I mean, we had other teams that did not have that perseverance. So how proud does that make you guys feel?
yeah, really bad.
We actually were having a conversation about it on the way up here because we were pushing bikes again.
You're like, here we are again.
Very tired.
we pushed a lot of bikes, but to get here, and that was kind of one of the things. It's like, well, what would we want to do? We really wanted to. It was kind of like, well, they might send somebody out after us because it might be 6:30 before we finish, but we really wanted to try to finish it on our own power. Like that was kind of a big thing. And then we saw the sign that said 0.7 miles left. It was like, all right, this is done. We're doing this. It felt really good.
And you know, it's funny because I was talking to another team earlier, and we were talking about like, oh, how many CPs did you get? And when we start looking at the results for you guys, you lose a point every 5 minutes that you come in after the 3 o'clock deadline. So I think we net zero in CPs, right? They don't go negative. But I think this is probably my favorite story of the entire thing because it really speaks to the spirit of adventure racing. And also, we talked earlier before the race in our pre-race interview about the strength of the all-women teams that are out here. And here we have an all-women team that has a catastrophic bike mechanical.
You know that wasn't the first one, right?
Wait, what?
No, we had 2.
No, we have 3.
Oh no, that's 3. That was three. Yeah.
So were your bikes one of the ones that was damaged by the fallen tree?
Yeah, so we arrived at the first TA.
So you're already on a borrowed bike.
Yeah.
We show up to the first TA.
And they pull her aside and say, I'm sorry, we got news for you. One of your team's bikes was crushed by a tree.
She actually said, your bike's over here. Like maybe it was a special opportunity, right? She was
You're like, we put gold on your bike.
Team 210, your bike's over here. And I was like, okay, like you fetched them for us? It's
Right.
so lovely, right?
Thank you.
And she's like, because a tree fell on it.
Well, and so we didn't put this out of the live broadcast because we didn't want people at home to worry more than necessary. But there was a huge tree that fell in the transition. We have some pictures of like one that had a stick completely through the bike wheel. We had frames that were completely damaged. Was that one of yours?
Handlebar, my wheel.
Oh, I saw the picture of your handlebar
90
like
degree
up,
handlebar.
like this. They're not supposed to do that.
No.
So you get into TA1, which is maybe an hour into the race, maybe a little bit more, because you guys went.
Yeah, we did the Trek CPs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe 2 hours into the race, you're soaking wet, windy, cold, and you're like, all right, let's go bike. And then they're like, wait, hold that thought. Here's a rental bike, which Snowshoe Mountain Resort was awesome about getting you guys to begin with. And then you're like, oh, I got this. I just bought this bike because I know that you just got that bike not too long ago. We're going to be good. And then a quarter of the way into this massive 40-mile bike stage that's just crazy terrain, you get this mechanical.
And then she was able to coast down hills, right?
Yeah.
So we were pushing up, but then coasting down. So then I start to tell them, so my brakes are not awesome. And so I completely lost my rear brake.
Oh, wow.
So I had maybe 25% of a front brake.
So you can't really coast down because you can't
Well, I'm
brake.
coasting down, but then like she's staying with me on the downs in case like something happens. And Megan's trying to go as fast as she can so that she can get speed for the up that's coming up, right? So we have this whole
This is a comedy
strategy
of errors,
that's
right?
happening.
Wow.
But we pull into TA2, we get a loaner bike. The guy that loans us the bike also helps me fix my brakes. And
So David
we have
Dolling is
moving.
amazing. He's from Broad Run Off-Road. We got to hear his story. I got to talk to him. I talked to Alan about that ahead of time. At that point, if you don't get that bike, was there a thought of, we'll just do this trek and then, or were you like, we'll do the trek and then maybe Flintstone my bike for some more?
We had decided no more Flintstoning. Like, it was a lot.
I Flintstone, so I know that pain.
We were making the Strider bike jokes for
Yeah.
sure, yeah. So, like, we decided we were done with that, but I think we were set on let's do the trek and see what happens. Like, let's tell the volunteers we need a bike, even if we don't have a bike when we leave the TA. Maybe we'll have a bike when we show up to the bike TA, and some magic will happen while we're out on this trek. And
magic happened.
And then in my mind, and I never told you guys this either, is there are weird deals where like races get canceled for like fog or some kind of worsening weather. And I'm like, what if we just hang on long enough
Until they stop us and they
stop
come
the
and put us in
whole
the back of a
thing.
rider truck. So I think this is funny because these ladies raced together for 32-ish hours, and now they're telling their secrets live in the post-race interview. Listen, this was a ridiculous course. It was hard on a great day, really, really hard given the conditions. Then add on top of that the things you guys had to overcome. Holy crap. I'm hoping next year's national championship isn't as rough for you guys. Let's finish with like, what was your high point of the race?
I actually told them mine because I love middle of the night, really weird situations on the bike. Like we were like walking our bikes through a river. I don't think it was meant to be a river. But it's just these weird situations that this is not the mountain biking that you like go do with your family on a random Friday afternoon, right?
Yep.
Like this is in the middle of the night, you're in a river, there's whipping wind all over you, and you're with two really amazing friends. And those are the moments that stand out to me as just something you only get in something like an adventure race.
Yeah.
That's kind of like mine, so.
Ah, no! God, all right.
No, I was gonna say, the high of mine might actually have been right at the beginning, walking outside, and it was just pouring, and the wind was blowing, and we just kind of like looked at each other and like, what the heck is going on? Like, this is so stupid. What are we doing? Like, we're gonna do this.
We
though.
thought the same thing because when I came out of the map room after being in there with you guys for a while, and I walked up here to get ready for the start and the live broadcast, I was like, what is going to go through racers' minds when they come out. So to hear you're the first person who admitted that they were like, this is so stupid. Why are we out here? And knowing what you were about to endure too, because that race, as soon as people got the maps, I think the pucker factor really
was not positive.
Yeah, that flyover was
I mean, it was amazing, Jeff. It was a great flyover.
Production might give it A+. Like scare factor, also A+, I guess.
Yeah, the
Check,
cheer
check.
that happened as that switchback to go back up was like,
Well, yeah, because you knew at the end of this race you're going to have a 4,000-foot climb back into this amazing Snowshoe Mountain Resort. Doesn't sound amazing when you're at the bottom and having to come back up.
Didn't feel amazing.
Right? Listen, you guys have a lot to be proud of. Thanks for sticking around to have this interview with me.
thanks for sticking around and waiting for us to get across the finish line. We appreciate you. And they left the banner up first too, so we got to walk
I
up
know,
it.
right?
It was great.
You might need a shower. I don't know if that's going to come across in the video. A little bit of I think it might be hard. Like you might have a cast of your shins there when you're done. Congratulations, guys. Those medals are very well earned. I don't care how many CPs you got. That was probably the most epic story of the thing. Look forward to seeing you guys out at more races.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. $30 and a half. Okay. But when you can survive that, I mean, is this a future team that we're seeing?
I'd race with them again. Yeah.
That's awesome.
No planning in 48 hours, right?
Yeah. There was nothing catastrophic, nothing like major meltdown. We have our struggles. That's kind of what happens. But there was like no major tiffs, which is really shocking for three strangers coming together to do
Yeah.
this.
Well, coming together to do such an epic thing, right? Like this was not a normal course. These were not normal conditions. How did you lean on each other, during this to really have the success that you did?
Yeah, so we're all newer to adventure racing. We're in maybe our second seasons-ish, and so we didn't know it wasn't a normal course. So the expectations were high, and I feel like we rose to them to the best of our ability. I feel like we relied on each other mostly by just respecting if one person needed something, the team needed that. So no questions asked, whatever you need, let's do it. Let's get you there.
And I think that is a model for anybody that's looking to put a team together, right? Like if you go out and do like an orienteering event, you're probably doing it by yourself, right? Like learning how to do this. But when you start putting together a team, you really have to think about that team mindset, and that takes precedent over everything else. And if you don't, then everything else gets harder and more difficult and worse mentally. So that's awesome that you guys went into this with that mentality. I mean, I saw you guys working on the maps ahead of time. That's hard to do when not knowing where other people's strengths and weaknesses are. In this kind of race with these kind of conditions, how often did you have to pick each other up? Because everybody goes through bad spots in a race like this, right?
I was going to joke and say it was every 5 minutes, so we just took turns like a merry-go-round. But it seemed like when one person went down, the other two picked up, and yeah, over the course of time, we took turns, not by choice, but that when someone needed a hand up, there was always a hand to lift them.
That's awesome. Talk about your highlight of the race. Like, what was a highlight for you?
For me, it was that we chose to get a CP that was the 28, the shallow reentrant, and we decided to go down, and multiple teams went by us and said they didn't even bother with it, and we got it.
Heck yeah!
So that was like our big dopamine hit. We were like, yeah, we got this.
Can I add, I was navigating that leg, and they decided we were getting 28.
So they convinced you, like, look, if we don't get this, it's your fault because you're the navigator right there. I like that. Like, pass the buck.
We actually got all the CPs we aimed for. So that is a highlight for me, that every single one that we decided we're going to do it, we got it.
And that kind of leads me to my next question, which was, you set goals ahead of them, and obviously, like, with new teammates, not knowing what to expect on a course like this, what were the expectations, and then did you meet them? Because I mean, it sounds like you did. You're all smiling, maybe walking a little harder than it was, than it was 30 hours ago. But did you accomplish the things that you hoped to accomplish?
We did. We had a goal of having fun, staying safe, and anything that needed to happen to make those two goals happen, and ideally finish, which we did. Not in time, but we did it.
Hey, listen, at the end of the day, what is that around your neck? Yeah, you finished. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Really great day. It was fun watching the tracker. Hopefully you'll go back and watch some of the coverage because we had a great time covering you. Thanks for joining us. We look forward to seeing you guys at more races.
Thank you so much for the effort in the coverage.
Oh,
I can't
listen,
wait to watch it.
I love being out here, so this has been great. Thank you, guys. All right, next up, Soggy Bottom Boys. They're getting hugs over there before they come on, because that is the kind of community that we are in. Oh yeah, man, come on, bring it on. I mean, I believe that the beer people are part of the sponsorship, so yeah, show it off. We're gonna pass the mic around. Nice. When you answer, just make sure you hold it up. Okay. Well, that looked a little ginger.
Yeah, I'm a little sore.
I mean, it's not like you just, went hundreds of miles over some of the hardest terrain and worst conditions possible.
Yeah, probably the hardest course ever. Probably the hardest course ever.
Yeah.
This was my 5th Nationals, and this was killer.
Yeah?
Yeah, really hard, really hard, really sore.
Well, and you guys were kind of unique because you had a new addition at last minute. When did you join the team?
I joined the team Wednesday evening.
So just so everybody knows, like, we started 30 hours ago, and you guys met like 72 hours ago as teammates. How was that?
These men are wonderful. I mean, they really took care of me. I was a little whiny at times. But this is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, and I would have never had this opportunity if it weren't for these two men and someone who got hurt. I don't want to say that, but he was helping me. He helped me pack my bag and made sure that I was ready.
Mark.
Yeah, Mark.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, that's this community, right? Like, this is why we're all out here, to lift each other up. As you're out there on the course, like, nobody's saying like you suck or anything like that. Yeah. It's all like your effort is your effort, and everybody is out here for different reasons. Talk about those reasons, because if you don't have the why of why you're out here, when you walk out of that door from the cozy, warm map room and you get punched in the face with the weather, you could easily turn back around and just go back up to your room and be like, I'll just watch the tracker. Right. So what was your why for this?
Yeah, so, I was one of the original watched Eco Challenge and, was interested in finding out more about it, and then started racing as a result of it. But I think once I became a racer, it was a whole different ball game in terms of sports for me, in terms of, like, I'm a competitive person by nature, and it was just like this really, I think, a healthy competition. Like you said, like there's a unity, there's a community of adventure racers that just really fit for me. But I think there's a whole, like, push yourself, I often tell people who ask me about adventure racing why I'm into it, and I say it's a metaphor for life. And you're going to be, sometimes during life you're pushed, and you need support around you, right? You can be successful when you have a community around you. We sometimes doubt ourselves, and you have to get in your head and push that away and say, no, you can do it. And having teammates who can also say, no, you can do it, keep pressing. Because when you race these long races, of course, at some point, we told Vicky this, there's going to be a point where you're going to say, why did I do this?
Why are we still out
quit.
here?
Let's go back to the lodge.
Yeah.
And having that experience of pushing yourself and supporting your teammates, I think, among like a million other reasons, is what keeps me coming back for adventure races.
I say a lot of times with adventure racing, winning looks different to everybody.
Yeah.
Because all your goals are different, right? Like, the way I live my life is I set my goals so extremely high that even when I fall short of my goals, usually it's above where most people's goals are, right? So I rarely attain my goals because I set them so high and I drive myself to be. That's adventure racing, right? Like, most people are not saying, I'm going to come out here to this 30-hour national championship race and I'm just going to go through the motions. Like, you're coming out here to put yourself through it and to push yourself and find yourself and find those limits. Some days you do, right? And some days the result is maybe I don't finish because I pushed too hard.
Yep.
And then other days, you got medals around your neck, guys, on a truly epic 30-hour day. That was an amazing course and ridiculous weather. Let's talk about the weather because you talked about that, like, how much did that play into this being the hardest course you've ever done?
Yeah, I think the wind, the mud, the rain, it hit us from every angle. If it wasn't raining, it was super windy. Trees came down, they were blocking the trails, and we were worried, is one going to come down on us?
Yeah.
You never know. So, it was a safety factor. It definitely slowed us down at the beginning, and just made everything so many degrees harder.
The good thing about how thick those forests are is usually if a tree would come down, it's probably hitting other ones before it hits you.
We didn't want all of them to come down like dominoes.
Right. And we knew about like how dark it was going to be because of the weather. How was that going at night, in the fog, in the rain, in the dark?
That was very challenging. I was afraid that I was going to twist an ankle or something, when we were going through like the Allegheny Trail at night. That was a challenge for me. But
Mike Garrison brought us a video of the Allegheny Trail, and I was watching it for the first time, and I was like, that is not a trail. No. That is just an Allegheny Mountain that you have to figure out with a blaze every once in a while. Like, that did not look like a trail. Yes. Listen, you guys should be extremely proud. The fact that you came together last minute is even more special. I hope you really cherish this. It was awesome watching you guys. Say it.
So when you first interviewed us on, the day before on Thursday, right? I'm losing track of time.
It feels like forever ago, right?
I said our goal was, finish mid-pack, and I have no idea how we even did, but I said, and with smiles on our face, and I think we achieved that goal. So, 100%.
And listen, that is winning, right?
It's winning.
That is winning. The podiums don't matter. I feel like a rock star. Right? Like, you just did the hardest thing you've ever done, right? And now you get to go home and bask in that, right? And listen, at the end of the day, when your friends that don't do adventure races ask you what you did this weekend, and you're like, I kicked my own ass for 30 hours and I loved it, that is winning. Thank you guys for joining us. Great job and congratulations. All right, so we're going to finish it up, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually move back to back here. And I'm going to let the stars of the USARA National Championships, you guys come have the seats up here. We got Mike Garrison and Michelle. Get up here. Get up here. You guys are up in the front.
Oh, yeah, good, because I'm cold. I want to sit
right? Woo! Can you believe this? Guys, what an epic 30-hour national championship race. We have had a number of teams come through here and just talk about how spectacular this course was, how challenging this course was, what a great event this was put on by USARA. First of all, I want to applaud you guys because you made my job really easy because all I had to do was talk about the things that you guys have put together. We went live earlier, talked to you a little bit about the course and the time that you have put into this. What does this mean to you? See, that's why I'm sitting back here.
No, it's been great. It's been a really big challenge for me. So, and I love challenges, and I think that's part of why we said yes to this. So, we've been putting on races for 10, 12 years, and I just thought it'd be a great opportunity to expand what we do and grow a little bit and learn a little bit, which I did. I learned a lot over the last couple weeks and the last 30 hours, actually. It's a really great way for me to get my creative juices and creative energy out. I have no artistic ability at all, and I feel like this is a good way for me to do that.
I think this course says otherwise because it was a true artist masterpiece.
Well, it depends on who you ask.
I don't know. We need to get the poll back up here.
But we had this incredible landscape to work with, and yeah, it would have been great if we had sunny skies, and teams got to see a lot of what I got to see over the course of the last couple months. I think they still did.
Yeah.
I think that when you design races courses and you put them on, you have a responsibility to take the land that you have to work with and use it to the best of the ability that you can within the course. And I hope that we did that. There was really no way to make the trekking easier because it's just not easy out here.
Yeah.
Things like that. So if we had the opportunity to, have the paddle on a lake, we probably would have. From a course design perspective. But then again, the rivers are so much more interesting and so much more fun and so much more adventurous. So it was really, really great. It was a great process for me. I learned a lot. I had a lot of fun.
And one other thing that I want to point out, because you guys are such kind of really trendsetters in getting the involvement of women in adventure racing.
Yep.
Adventure Addicts hosts the Buff Betty races that are only women events, which have been huge successes. I mean, you have so many people that are out there that are getting involved in adventure racing, and the representation at this year's national championship was doubled from last year, or more. I think almost 3 times what it was last year, and a lot of that has to do with you and Liz, and what you have done. And it's been amazing to see, and I hope that you are really proud of that.
Yeah.
And the female teams that were here were absolutely crazy and ridiculous, like so strong. We're going to see when we get to the awards here, like how that all played out. Can't wait to see that.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to congratulate you on that as well.
Yeah, no, it's been great to see a lot of the female racers grow. There are a lot of racers here female racers that their first adventure race was the Buff Betty, and now they're doing this race, and they took it on as maybe their first 30 hours, and yeah, maybe because we were putting it on, I don't know, so we definitely think about them in the back of our heads, but we don't water down the courses just because there's a lot more females racing.
You don't need
believe
to
that
with the
and believe in
level
that,
of women that you have out here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're just going to see more and more females get into the sport, and
I hope so. I hope that all those that are out here watching see the representation here and want to be a part of that moving forward.
Yep.
Mike, I want to kick it to you because, obviously being the main governing body of adventure racing in the United States, this is a big event. What does this event mean for USARA, and what does this mean for you?
I mean, it's the one event that we're involved with each year, but I want to make it super clear that a year-ish ago, when we were looking for the next place, Liz and Michelle came highly recommended from lots of people that I trust that have done their events, knew their style, knew their approach, knew their dedication. And that's a big part because we really don't have a ton of involvement. Like, we do administrative stuff, bring some people to the event, but we're trusting the race director to get most of the hard work done, right? I hadn't done one of their races before. Like, I've done some of the other race directors' races that I've worked with in the last 4 years. And yeah, in this year is the first year that Stephanie Ross was in the role of Nationals coordinator. So she really took over, as the name would imply, the coordination of the event, working with Liz and Michelle. I would touch base with her on occasion, as needed. And I mean, they knocked it out of the park. We literally, I think our influence on Michelle was about 3-ish teams to 5 teams finishing the course, clearing the course, but make it doable for the majority of the teams, like a way for them to get to the finish line. Have at it, right?
And not, the weather, I think, wreaked havoc a little bit on that.
I thought the not watering down the course was a pun a second ago when you said that. Watering down the course, yeah.
Pun intended.
Yeah, right. And so, yeah, they did, all the heavy lifting, working with Snowshoe, getting them on board, and being able to have an environment like this for the finish line is fantastic.
Well, it's been an amazing partner, right? I mean, being here at Snowshoe, the resort is absolutely spectacular. They have been gracious hosts for us here for all the media coverage. And I mean, we're staying here. It's been great. And I know I've already talked to people that are like, I want to come back up here and ride, because it's spectacular. And
those are the only people I saw that was muddier than our racers. Was some of the downhillers.
Yeah. And listen, we've actually seen a lot of downhillers come and ask us about what we're covering, and they're like, you guys are absolutely crazy.
It's all relative, right?
It's all relative, right? I think it's been an amazing event. I hope that you guys have too. Everybody that I've talked to.
Randy got pictures of racers in front of the train. I don't know if you heard that. So
that was a big goal, right? The timing of the train we weren't sure about, but the scenic train from Cass, and it worked out. It worked out perfect. We can't wait to get all of the media that has been taken. That we had difficulty getting it back, here to be able to post on the site. It's all been hosted on USARA.com.
It'll be there, yeah. It's like you said, we had the Starlinks, which are good for communication, so the TAs could talk to each other, which is important. But uploading gigs and gigs of photos, it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
So last year, years where we have actual cell service, we try to get stuff up during the race so people can check it out. It's not that we don't have it. It's just give us a couple days to get it all uploaded and organized. So,
well, we have the results are being tabulated right now. We're going to have the awards here at about 6 o'clock, and so we'll come live to the awards. We're probably not going to talk much. It's just going to be, here's the awards. You can see what they are. My voice is a little bit shot after 7 broadcasts over the 30 hours, but it's been so much fun. Thank you guys for allowing Jeff and I to put together the media coverage for this. We love this sport. We want to help grow this sport, and we hope that you at home have enjoyed watching and hearing our rambling analysis at times.
Well, we want to thank you guys, because if it weren't for you guys being passionate and wanting to do this, we wouldn't be anywhere near this. Kind of like our involvement with you guys. It's like, try and stay out of your way and support you when we need to. You guys kind of drove the impetus behind this to get it all done. So yeah, I hope people like it and continue to grow and evolve in future years.
Yeah, look, we hope that this becomes something that every race director out there watching the national championship wants to have, because we love doing it. I want to be out here. We love this community. I love the people. You've seen some of my passion. I've been crying a couple times today, so don't think that that your tears were the first to be on this. I have, just by talking and sharing the passion with people. I'm passionate about it. That's why we're out here. You love this sport. You want to help grow it. That's the same thing we want to do. That's the same thing USARA wants to do. Go on USARA.com. Find a race near you. Get involved. They're going to have lists. They're going to have all these we have, how many race directors were racing today
That's a good question.
that host Rex, other races throughout the country? Get involved. Get out there. We hope to have you out on the course and to see you out there. It's going to be a great 2025, and we look forward to next year's national championship. But the question is, where is it? Yeah,
to be revealed.
That is,
and
that is
it's especially relevant for you, because as a race director this year, you get to race free next year. So you're going to have to come out, and you're fortunate that, unless it's a race director that was in this field today, then you might be in trouble.
Right, because they might.
Then it might be a little bit of retribution.
There might be payback. I think we're going to wrap here. Thank you guys for joining us for the end of this. I don't think there's any better way to wrap our live coverage. Jeff, you've been amazing on the back end. Come on around here because this would not have happened.
The man in the chair.
Without Jeff. Thank you, buddy. We have spent a lot of time up here on this porch battling the elements. It's been so much fun. I hope you have enjoyed it at home. Continue to follow on the USARA page for the live results, for all of the photos and media that we're collecting. It's all going to be on USARA.com. Follow us on AR.watch and AR Insider. And we're going to see you at another event. So I'm going to let him get back there so we can kick it to the live feed. We'll come back live at about 6 o'clock for the awards. Teams are getting showered. Thank you for joining us. Mike, Michelle, thank you. We'll see you guys at the next one. Continue to get out there and live the adventure.
Yeah. You can wait for that.